As we are once again alive upon the internet. There we go. Yeah. We are indeed. We are indeed in. Yeah. Let's jump right in. And funnily, I haven't actually decided yet if... Let's prep those.
Safe area detected.
Wasn't in the division folder yet. I'm considering doing... I'll be tomorrow I'll be away for the whole day as well. If I leave it for Sunday, it will, you know, be a little bit late. So I'm considering recording the LMG video. To start off with, just because I do have enough time to like just stitch it together and then put it online tomorrow. I might be able to find the time during work to actually timestamp everything and then have it be out there. Yeah, the prep is basically done. I don't even remember actually what their end build was. What was it even again? Oh. I'm like, where is my normal obliterate chest? We turned it into a headhunter chest for giggles and some shits. But it was basically this with rate of fire LMG, right? Let's go get gunner right away. Yeah, that's what it was. Because we'll prep that up. No, that's not the right one. That's yeah, that's in there. Guys, yeah, let's do that. Let's record that. And let's take Banshee here. Because yeah, this lands on 47, right? And then one crit chance mod takes it to 53. I don't exactly remember the AR video. I think basically I did an intro and then we went over the conceits or the premise basically. And then we took it into just going over all the weapons, right? Do I have... should, of course, have that. She has a contractors, right? Yeah. Somebody's going to have a contractors. It's going to be her. We've prepped that one. Okay. Also haven't looked at target at all today. We played earlier. I was streaming earlier today as well. We did some third account. Did most of the challenges and the league and stuff on her. Getting that account basically done. Still need to actually spend the weekly go and get the SHT things. I already saw this, and this makes me want to go to second account and maybe farm 511 a little bit. But also I'm not against farming some SMGs later on. But I'm also thinking, where do I want to do the intro for this then? Because yeah, let's just go do it. Let's just go get this LMG video in. I feel that is not a bad idea. like thinking where good places would be for intro. Could be even something simple. Could go on the thingy here. Trying to think of names of the LMGs and what they like. You can kind of make a cheesy thing with that. Maybe one of the rooms. As later on we can take it to other places. Just go to the range. The annoying thing is a bunch of them have been taken away from us. I was thinking maybe doing No Hope Hotel. Let's go in the back here. We'll just go in the back there. It's fine. It's fine. And hey there, George. And Caro. And Zoomly. Yes, indeed. Although, yeah, we're basically gonna do an in-depth look into LMGs. As because for there as well, I was thinking maybe getting my alt in and using that. But for just an intro, it's this one doesn't need it. In photo mode, do you actually even get echo? Never tried, I think. Because if it does, I will actually use this.
Hey!
Have I not?
Hey, dude.
I don't know, it works actually.
Yeah, you. What are you doing up there?
Let's clear up. I see some riffraff over there. Let's raffle the riffers. Stop your crimes, criminals!
Don't let them move. Fuckers all over me.
Stop your criminals' crimes. Yeah, I'll use this. I was hoping actually an echoes it would work. Have I never? I mean, likely I've tried that at some point. Actually, no, I've taken photos from Keener. Wait, with that actually, making fat Keener and then taking pictures of this like this.
Hey! Hey, dude! Me? Yeah, you. What are you doing up there? Taking a break.
I think this is kind of
Well, how the hell did you get a flat? What?
cool.
Flew down on You're a pilot, huh?
New reliable for president.
Yeah,
Well,
like that.
let's start with making it a mayor or something, and then we'll you know start small. And then go bigger and bigger. Yeah. So let's prep this. Burst and sustain tables are there. This is browser. This is clean. This is browser. And then this is bigger browser. Because a bigger browser will let me do this, right? And then, wait, what? Oh yeah, no, we used this one last time. Yeah. Now I remember. Because we start here and then work our way through. Yeah. Oh, wait, is it the Echo? The guy thinks that he's a superhero. I mean, he got here somehow, right? But yeah, that guy is in a tree, implying that he's a superhero kind of thing. What was his name? I don't even remember. It says his name. David Hawkins, freelancer, wanted for questioning regarding flying. Is he or isn't he? We want now. Is that a reference to something? David Hawkins. Kind of. Yeah. Wonder if there's like. It's a wordplay maybe on some superhero. I don't know. Because there's a lot of them, except in comics. But yeah, we'll use this. I feel, especially with the, you know what? I need to equip a second LMG on my back. I feel. Let's have that one there. And then we'll swap to this one. Aim that way. Go into here. Not hating this. Especially with the class back neck. Yeah, let's do an intro here because the time is limited. Did it do? Yeah. Oh, actually, let's make sure hard disk is pulled up and stuff, because otherwise it will fail. It is. Let's go back in. Let's record that intro. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're continuing our in-depth looks, this time into LMGs, as we're putting it on a striker build and going through several variants of the weapons as well, with choosing to go. That's too much info. Let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're having a second in-depth look, this time into LMGs as the next one up. I've prepared a big spreadsheet of LMGs being on strikers, as I would think that is the most capable build for them. And we're going to go through most of the LMGs. I've, again, kept some out, a curated list with some of the damage talents, fast stands in there, some of the names, and all of the exotics are in there. And we're going to go through them on that specific build, and that will, of course, be our premise for it. So let's start there. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that, I think. Let's already actually make a folder, because I actually did that. That's usually what I make first. 24, 10, 16. LMG Compare. And I should already copy a description file and a thumbnail file in there. How long was that intro? Nope, no, that's the wrong place. Yeah. Let me catch up here as well. And hey there, Jareel and Muddy. Google gives me a philosopher when searching his name. Oh, yeah. Maybe he philosophized his way up that tree. If a man is truly in a tree, is he truly a tree man? I tree, therefore I am. Yeah, let's bring up this. And we'll go over the premise. Yeah. And again, that's way too fast after pressing the start. I need a little bit of it to be able to cut it off. So let's try again. And as with the AR variant, as we discussed last week. Last week? What? Some weekly show. Let's try again. And as with the other in-depth looks, this one is also predicated on a spreadsheet that I've prepared and that lives in the burst and sustain tables. And that is this LMG striker one. We've taken the stats and put them on a build. Now, with the ARs, it was very important actually to put them on a build because we had choices regarding the crit chance mods, because some of the better weapons had 2 crit chance mods, some of the other ones had 3. So we had to see it on a build to make sure that we knew what we were talking about. Here again, we have something similar, but also we have another item that we're going to alter between them. If I pull up the file, again, what we have as our conceits here are, we are setting the coyote to 15 to 25, and we are in fact using a coyote, because actually if we go to the build as is in game, and I'll bring that up, we see that I am going with a Cheska and a coyote mask. Now, this may seem odd because contractors seems like a really good pick for this. With coyote at 15 to 25, the coyote wins barely. So we're choosing that here. Although there is a really good case to be made to put in Cheska, a coyote, 2 crit chance mods, or no crit chance mods, and get coyote from somebody else, which can commonly happen, as a lot of people will still be running, of course, coyote for Elmos and other things. But I have chosen this one, and that is predicated on me thinking that this will be a much more general, available meta, and of course, as well, it is viable solo. Where actually the contractors, if you put in 1 or 2 crit chances into it with mods or the stats, and you take that solo, it actually loses out to this variant. So yeah, it is a conceit we're making here. It is very important that you know that. So the build really matters. I will actually likely make a second variant with the contractors because, of course, DTA and contractors can be very powerful, but not more powerful than a coyote, turns out. Although, of course, that will actually decrease the effectiveness of strained, as everything, of course, cascades into each other. If we go back to our spreadsheet again, as well, everything is grade 25, as we have it here. We're choosing to have the numbers for 60% DTA, although we have no weapon that has DTA active here, so it is meaningless in this case. But we are taking 20% headshot, and I'm taking 20% headshot as I think that is good approximation of average play. In some cases, you can do more. In some cases, you can't even do 20%. So it's very dependent on what you're doing. And I think taking 20% as an average, we have to make a choice here, because if we put it at 100%, we are diminishing the effectiveness of critical hit damage as well, as it's additive to it. In effect as well, reducing the numbers we would get for strained and such. So I'm choosing 20% here. And as well, we have 2 different models, of course, for some weapons, some with 3 crit chance mods, some with 2 crit chance mods. Now, for the 3 crit chance mods, we are actually taking 1 crit chance on the gear, together with rate of fire as a 3rd stat. So I'm not going with crit chance as a 3rd stat, even though on a theoretical level, that is better. Crit chance will, in most cases, beat rate of fire, except on strikers. If we turn everything crit damage and take the crit chance roll there, put in a Cheska piece, which also has a crit chance. If we don't go contractors, we actually land on, and we aren't here for the coyote, we're landing on 56.5. And 56.5 is a very awkward number for coyote. It is just high enough that it's kind of interfering with the mid-range buff that it will receive. So instead, we're going rate of fire for these LMGs and taking a crit chance mod or a roll extra on the gear. And that is the case for all of the 3 mod weapons or 3 crit chance mod weapons. All of the 2 crit chance mod weapons actually perfectly, of course, align with having crit chance as a 3rd stat and leaving out that 1 mod or roll on the gear. So for those weapons, we are actually choosing to go with the crit chance third stat, and that actually pushes them up quite a bit in this comparison. But of course, again, this is, I would consider, one of the better builds to have for LMGs anyway, so it is effective there. Also, we have these rate of fires with some of the weapons as they are applied there. That is, if they have a magazine that is large enough to use a rate of fire or rate of fire magazine or belt in this case, or pouch. Sometimes we can choose to do that. Now, of course, that takes your weapon from either going from 150 round mag for the M60s and such to 100 round mag for M60, M249, Negev. For instance, the MG5, we're not doing this. I don't think an MG5 is acceptable with a 50 round mag because it will just be beaten by L86. So we're only doing that for weapons where it can apply in a reasonable way, especially for instance, the GR9, which benefits a lot from it. So yeah, having discussed all of our choices here, let's actually go into the numbers. That may have been a little bit long. How long was that? That was 6 minutes. Put in Cheska, a coyote, can be very. I'm producing that is or one of the better. I'm fine with that though. We need to explain all that because otherwise it doesn't make sense. And yeah, let's from that point we make it bigger like this, making it much more easy to actually see. But I'm gonna mention it anyway since you were complaining about D50 when that using the stability scope makes a bigger difference for it. Yeah, I should maybe try that. Well, for me, the accuracy of it isn't not even like its accuracy thing. It's not having. I'm so used to the dot of the Regulus, so it's just not having that one dot in there. Is actually really what let's go out of this thing, so it doesn't be like that. But yeah, just the pistols having that also for the D50. Not having a dot in the middle, my brain can't really like instantly process where the middle of that is, especially if I'm moving around and stuff. Or parallax as well with it. Just, yeah. Because just that with that thing in the middle of it. Oh, wait, I'm on a thing that will show that. But yeah, that dot in the middle of it, like that is such a big difference for me. But yeah, I should totally try that out maybe. Because yeah, this 5 headshot isn't needed here. Because yeah, stability would help with the sway of it. One take impressive. Most of the time it's one take, because if I get a little bit rambly, that's fine. Sometimes, well, actually that was 3 takes actually, because I messed up twice, but the first 2 times were in like the first sentence. So. But then once I get going, I just go with it. It's whatever it is. Either that's the and yeah, let's let's just hang out here. It seems fine as a background, mostly because of course the browser is going to go over it even anyway. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. One thing I wanted to do but totally forgot to do. Can you actually wait? Can you use find and replace to? Where's find and replace again? Where's find and replace? Are there? No, okay. So hoping to use find and replace to recolor everything. Or can you? All right, if I did this, place this here, and go in here, and then make this, let's say, that. Now put this here. Ah, no. Yeah, damn it. That's fine though. What we can do is, yeah, let's take this again. So, that doesn't work. We need them to be light colors. Let's do that fast and let's do that strained. Let's make fast hands green and then strained blue. And then that one. Or strained red, right? Strained red. Yeah, green and red, that works. And then this gets to be like that. Yeah. This is gonna take a bit, annoyingly. Wait, what? Oh, that won't take the formatting with it, of course. Oh. That's way more work than I thought it would be, because we have to select each part and then do a color. We can't, not without losing the names, can we copy them over, right? Is there an advanced find and replace or something? Does this have advanced options? No. Yeah, no, then we won't. Fuck it. I was thinking of giving everything colors so you could much more easily parse what is happening here, especially the rate of fires. Let me catch up here. One can only fix with additional software. Yeah. Or just time, but I don't want to spend that time now. I'll come back and fix that maybe. It's just something annoying, but you know, it just takes 10 minutes to go through here. Because once I go through it all, I can just copy that over, because the need to just do this one and then like copy it over here and resort it by system. But yeah, that will be a bunch of work. We'll do it for the SMG one by starting out with that. Because if you're doing it when you're doing the rest, it's not that bad, but having to do all of it now would be annoying. That rate of is not rolled correct, but rather a rate of fire mag or both. So all of the weapons that are with 3 crit chance mods are rate of fire rolled as well. So it's their third stat is rate of fire. So that is basically everything except the classic M60 and the MG5. So the MG5 is not the infantry MG5. And then the rate of fire in this, like when it's in there, that is on top of that also having the rate of fire mag. So, because sometimes that makes sense to have that one there. Especially for weapons like the GR9, because it doesn't need 250 rounds to do whatever it's doing. Yeah, let's just start, and we'll just go. um, and likely I'll do a few weapons and then stop, and then do another few weapons and then stop, just in case, as well as I need to sometimes blow my nose in between or something. That's I'm a little blocked up there. Yeah, let's select that as our starting one. Let me actually put that other file into the folder so we don't lose it accidentally. There we go. Ooh. Actually, we'll start here, go back here, and then go back into here. Yeah. Because yeah, we need to explain one more thing that I think is obvious, but not everybody will. So yeah, let's get going. And yeah, all of that together goes into this one very big spreadsheet. One thing I want to as well just point out is that, of course, yeah, we're inputting the stats as they would be for the builds. So we're altering it for whenever, for instance, we have flatline, we would need to replace one crit chance mod. So in those cases, for instance, as well, the weapons go to crit chance being as their third stat. We're dealing basically with them in the same way that we would for the weapons that have only 2 mods. Basically making the best build for that weapon. In the cases of the flatlines, in the cases of the weapons with 2 crit chance mods, so that is specifically the MG5 as it is in this list, and the classic M60. And the MG5 is differentiated from the infantry MG5 by the other one being infantry MG5. So those are treated differently, and same as well if for the exotics, we have altered the build and input the stats on the right side in that big yellow part to alter it to make the best build for that weapon. So we're giving it the best chances. Yeah, let's get up close, and let's start off at the top. Carnage is at the top there. It's also a little bit misleading at the top there. That's why I'm kind of starting the entirety of the 100%, not being with the Carnage, but actually being one weapon below it. And that's because, of course, the Carnage is perfect sadist, and because of that, it does require more than all the other weapons to really get going. So you can't have perfect uptime on it usually, because there are things that just don't bleed. Warhounds, mini tanks, stuff like that. You can't make them bleed, so it becomes something that can't be active all the time. We're adding it in here still, though, because I wanted to have some of the names in here. And also this kind of shows how bad the Negev is, that with a perfect talent, giving it a 25% amp, it is barely beating out the L86. And that is our first real big winner here. The L86 is well known as being the best burster in the whole category of LMGs. Always has been. And of course, the entirety of the LMG category has not been changed in between, which I've already called out a few times as lazy, but I'll do here again. I think it's a little bit lazy. They should have balanced within the category as well, as it is a little bit needed, as we'll see as well as we go through it. As for instance, where the ARs are now kind of, most of the ARs, especially the ones that were already good and the ones that have been balanced, all of them kind of land together. The few that they forgot are way down below. That's only some work. But the LMGs are still very spread out because there is 2 really at the top. Starting off with here, L86 with Flatline. And of course, Flatline is the most powerful talent that can really be generally used, because you can have the pulse from Technician. That's really all you need to get it going. So you can actually have it active for most of the engagement. And here we're taking it as our 100% point. So it's our 100% burst for this and 100% sustain. We are sorting for this first part, of course, with burst, and later on we're going to go to sustain. And the 2 at the top here are actually the 2 that will come up the most, I feel, which is the L86 and the RPK74. Both of them were already always pretty good on their burst and sustain. The RPK is a little bit worse on its burst, but much better on its sustain, meaning that they both kind of land around the same area. But to me, that extra 15 rounds that the RPK has, which of course leads to that better sustain, is to me the better choice. The L86 ends up that it just feels like a worse AR, but actually now, of course, with the buffs, it's better than the ARs. So it's the worst better AR? Question mark. But to me, the RPK is truly almost an LMG. It has 65 rounds. Those 15 rounds do matter, as we see as well with, for instance, with the higher mag ARs in the EB and the F2000s. They're doing really well because of that. Another factor is that the RPK always has a little bit shorter of a reload. The L86, to me, really needs either to be the tabula rasa or it needs to be fast hands. The RPK is at the edge of what I find acceptable, and that, of course, is different per person. So you have to kind of make those kind of decisions for yourself. Both come highly recommended, especially with fast hands, as we'll go into in a little bit. Then, of course, we have L86 with strained here, as we're going into the strained. And in the LMG category, there's not going to be any optimists because the RPMs are pretty low for the LMGs. The highest one being a Negev with also rate of fire mag, reaching this 1063. That still, of course, will not make Optimus viable because also the LMGs have a much higher firing time because they have a much bigger mag, feeding into strained much better. And strained will be the pick as our general damage talent for all of them. But often wise as well, I will actually prefer fast hands for my LMGs. Yeah, let's continue on as well. Cut it there. Let's see, how long was that? I feel I'm talking way too slow. I feel I need to like... That's 5:49. Big yellow part to alter it for that weapon. So we're giving it... Let's start off at the top. Carnage is at the top there. It's fine. We'll just speed it up. We can go through like that was a lot of explaining about both of them and kind of how they feel and stuff like that. So, yeah, here's Scooby. Some Zeva emotes there. Yeah. Wait, where did we end here? Prefer fast hands for my LMGs. Yeah, let's continue on. And yeah. Okay. As we land on the MG5, the first time it will show its face here. The MG5 is, this one is the one with only 2 mods, so not the infantry one. And especially with strained, especially for this setup, actually does work quite well. Because we can take that crit chance, we're missing 1 crit chance mod, so we can actually take that crit chance 3rd stat, and then take away the mod that we were using to get our crit chance above the 50 that we would need for the Coyote to take us to 60. And that kind of lines up well, actually, with this setup. Now, this is, of course, this setup, going the Cheska chest, going the Coyote. And that is the thing. Depending on the build, we might be better off with some weapons or others, but I think as the general choice makes sense, to me at least. It is the build that most people will already have for ARs. And we basically are setting it up in the same way that we would for high-end ARs and just taking a rate of fire 3rd stat LMG on it. In this case, though, we're taking a crit chance 3rd stat MG5 and leaving out that 1 mod. And that kind of, yeah, bumps it up a little bit higher than the rest. Next up as well, we have the RPK. So kind of this L86 to RPK with the 3 strains coming in here. Those really look good. I should note as well that, of course, you need a long rail for flatline. The MG5s don't have that. That's why they aren't showing up here with flatline. Also, even with the L86s, there is the custom that has it, not the other one. The military doesn't have it. Yeah, that's why we will actually be excluding some weapons. For instance, the MG5 from flatline, even though it could kind of make sense, even though the reload is a little bit long, but that's why they're not in there. Also, I'm making specifically choices. Some weapons are missing here. We won't be having the stoner at all, as I think it's just not worth having in this list to just make it longer. I'm not going for the most complete list. I'm going for the most useful list personally. Then we have actually the Carnage as we have it here. So first off, it was with a rate of fire magazine. Now we have to make note that the rate of fire is going to affect the burst, but is also going to not matter here when we're sorting by burst to its sustain, because the sustain is getting altered by that rate of fire mag. We're giving up some of the sustain for some burst. This side of the things, of course, doesn't show it. That's why we also do sustain calculations, because otherwise, yeah, you would pick the rate of fire mag for all of them. And one of the reasons that we haven't seen any of the other ones show up yet is, yes, of course, the other ones can't yet, because it is only available for the pouch LMGs. But once we start going into some of the pouch LMGs, as we start seeing coming up, they're all going to first show up with the rate of fire mag and then as their normal mag. But of course, that is a price that you still pay. There is a price in sustain that you pay and in damage per mag. The Iron Lung shows up afterwards. The Iron Lung, of course, didn't get the 20%, but only 10%. And that kind of shows. I wouldn't pick it for its damage. Its status effect, its fire, once it fires half a mag, is interesting, can be useful, and I quite enjoy it as well, actually, for instance, with ongoing directive. But as the general damage dealer, just because it didn't get the same damage buff as everything else, it really doesn't make much sense. Also, for all of the LMGs, we'll be picking crit chance as their third stat. That is the other bracketing that is there, showing what is their third stat. So Iron Lung looking pretty good, and it's still pretty high up here, of course. But yeah, it's no longer the damage king of LMGs. That really goes to a talented L86 or RPK. Now, of course, this does it always, which is quite powerful. It's doing it from the first shot. It doesn't need to stack from like with strain. So even if you're firing 10 rounds, you're still getting out this damage, where, of course, this strain is averaging out and complete firing of the entire magazine, and then averaging that out over the bullets. So you kind of need to be unloading quite a bit, or at least going pretty far into each magazine that you're firing to get these strain numbers out. That's just a conceit of strained. This Iron Lung also, of course, just doing it. And that still means that it's likely on average, especially if you're not firing out continuous rounds or continuous mags with maybe some of the easier content, the Iron Lung is perfectly fine as a pick. But of course, in general play, if you actually want to use it, that 85 magazine is atrocious and kind of sucks and doesn't feel enjoyable to play. Next up comes one of my other favorites, is the Infantry MG5. My picks usually for LMGs is Infantry MG5 or RPK. And part of that is that the Infantry MG5 always competes favorably as well with even the RPKs and the L86s, because it is, while it is behind, it is just a little bit behind. It doesn't actually, the interesting thing is that it doesn't actually even, without fast hands, it doesn't actually compete even on sustain with even the RPK and such, because even though they have a smaller mag, they also have much better reloads. One thing the MG5 as well has is that it has 20% on both the Infantry MG5 and the normal MG5, it has 20% headshot more than all the other LMGs in the category. This has been a remainder from when it got introduced, when it got introduced in Division 1, actually, where it had that. And when it got carried over into Division 2, it retained it for some reason. So yeah, it has 105 headshot on a base build instead of the 85 that other weapons would have. That picks it up a little bit, even with this 20% headshot damage. Actually, if you put the headshot rate, or 20% headshot rate, if you put at 100% headshot rate, the MG5, of course, leaps up quite a bit because it just has 20% headshot more. Then we have the Negevs, but here with the rate of fire mags. We're not taking the MG5s with the rate of fire mags. The 50 rounds MG5 just doesn't make sense to me. It would also be very low. While high on burst, they of course jump up on the burst. I don't think it's even fair to even think of them like that. So I'm just leaving those out. But here the Negevs with a rate of fire are starting to show up. They are actually decently high on the burst, especially with that rate of fire mag. And they have actually a decent enough rate of fire, exceeding even stuff like the Elmo and such, meaning that you could maybe use this, and the Negev might have some use here, even though it is a lot behind on burst for stacking, because if you can stack faster, we're using strikers. If you stack faster, you'll get to your damage faster. But I would still pick the RPK and just stack with the ACS a little bit first. That is my pick, really. The RPK is fast enough to make it there. Then we start getting into the M249s, which are 3 variants. There's the M249 Tactical, the normal one, and then the Mark 46. All of them as well, again, with flatline showing up first, because of course it does. Flatline will exceed strained still, because strained in this is usually between 10 to 13%-ish per weapon. It is a lot. It is a lot more than ARs, of course, but still will be behind flatline. And then here we have actually as well the Carnage with Perfect Sadist, without the rate of fire mag, and that starts to fall. Wait, what? I'm gonna end it there. What is this? What is this one? Because this one is this one. What is this one? Because this isn't Carnage. Because this isn't the rate of fire of Carnage. Neither is that. Neither is that. Let's figure out what this weapon is. This is one of the M60s. Is this Good Times? Is there 3 Carnages in here as well? Because I started talking about it and I went like, wait, I've already talked about the Carnage twice. There's only 2 Carnages. Carnage. I mean, I can. Okay, so what is this one? That's it. This is broken somehow. What is this weapon? So this isn't M60. This is a classic M60. But it is different from this classic M60. On what is it different? This is the strength classic M60, right? Yeah. Why did it become a... Because, yeah, let's view... All right. Classic. No, this. But that's a rate of fire strain one, what? Wait, so let's do that here again. So that's flatline. That's strained. That's flatline. It's rate of fire. That's yeah. It is the rate of fire strained. That got somehow mangled. Curious how that happened. Because yeah, we made the mistake up there and it got carried over into here as well. So that's not... Wait, this thing is here though. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, let's try that again then. Edit, find and replace. Classic and 60. So, and then in the sustain parts. Okay, so that's the fast hands. That makes sense. That's the rate of fire fast hands. Strained, flatline. Rate of fire strained, rate of fire flatline. Okay. But were there 3 carnages in here? Nine two, 1 of 5. Okay. You know what? It's fine. It's the carnage. I don't get it. Like, this one was wrong, but here there's only 1 of them. So where did the other one here go? Oh. Wait, did we at some point make a mistake? How did this even happen? What the fuck? Let me catch up and see if I can be. Because yeah, this is the Negev likely. That's the RPM of a Negev. What rate of fire mag? Which that isn't. That's correct. That's correct. Two GR9s. Okay. For nice sound. Where's the other 2 MT49s? So that's there. 8688 660. Where's the other 660? Here's 660. And 688 660. Okay. So wait, is this one already in here? So yeah, that one's already in here. So how did this happen then? But the question is then, is that the only mistake in here? First off, how does that even get in there? And second of all, just checking quickly all of the RPMs if they like line up with this. Because is the 51? Oh no, this one. 45. Oh yeah, that is the Negev. That is the Negev number. Just making sure that these are still. That's on fine. Yeah. Okay. Any other ones? So wait, is the Mark 49 also in here then incorrect? Because also, how could it be a different error in there than it is here? Because I just copied them over from each other. Oh yeah. that was confusing. For fast hands for my LMGs. Yeah, let's continue on. As we land on all of them as well, again, with flatline showing up first, because of course it does flatline per ARs, of course, but still will be behind flatline. Because strained in this is usually between 10 to 13%-ish per weapon. It is a lot. It is a lot more than ARs, of course, but still will be behind flatline. Okay, I can cut it there. And then we go, that's it again. Decided I should not be using server resources there. Okay, but yeah, we figured it out there. At least we corrected the mistake. I haven't figured it out yet. How that mistake got in there. Now let's go back to where we were because I have that background there. And then we'll continue on. I'm gonna basically just cut before we got into the weirdness with the carnage being there. It'll look odd in the video for those paying attention to it because I was about to like hover over to the next weapon and then suddenly that next weapon is gonna be different. So the eagle-eyed might catch it.
Serious trauma.
Don't do it. That bastard.
Agent out of action.
Still gonna kill you though.
System curtailed.
Right. Where was it? Okay.
System restored.
Okay. Let's go back here. And no, not there. Here. There we go. So yeah, let's continue on. And hey there, Wild Weasel. As yeah, we're recording the LMG. For those wondering what the hell is this dude doing, recording the LMG video basically, so we can have it be live, going live tomorrow. And basically going over the spreadsheet I made. So LMG incoming. Yeah. This one is the most horrendous one because LMGs have this annoyingness where you can put a rate of fire mags in there, which we did. Black Friday on this list, yeah, it's under as perfect. What is it? It's as perfect unhinged, but it's likely very low because yeah, it's not very good, especially for the thing we're doing with it. I'm acting as if every weapon is grade 25, which is horrendous for that. If you aren't grading up as high yet, you can get a little bit more out of it. But the M249s aren't great, and the unhinged doesn't help it much over strained, really. There's a benefit that it does work from the first shot, so there's that. So yeah, where were we? So we're here, and I'm gonna speed it up a little bit because yeah, there was a lot of explaining in those parts, but we're gonna just pick up speed here because I'll have to explain less and less basically per weapon. Wait, what was my sentence that ended it there? Variants, there's the MT49, tactical, the normal one, and then the Mark 46. All of them as well, again, with flatline showing up first, because of course it does. Flatline will exceed strained still, because strained in this is usually between 10 to 13%-ish per weapon. It is a lot. It is a lot more than ARs, of course, but still will be behind flatline. Yeah, this is so basically I'm gonna cut it there and go next up. And we're gonna just act as if that mistake isn't there. Yeah, let me put these two files in here now. Okay, yeah, let's continue on. Yeah, gonna hit in 3, 2. And next up, we have the classic M60. The classic M60 is being treated the same as the MG5. It is with a crit chance third stat, together with 2 crit chance rolls, making for the preferred way of setting it up. Here as well with strained and flatline landing up pretty high. In this case, the strained is actually exceeding the flatline, because for the flatline we actually have to get another crit chance mod in there. That benefits the strained actually, and this is one of the few places where the strained actually wins, because it also is on a much lower crit damage already to begin with. Wait, does it? What? Let me let me actually check over here. Or did I swap these two around accidentally? Is that what happened? Wait, how does this one... What? Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah, yeah, the exact thing I said, of course. It's losing crit damage as a flip a crit damage mod that doesn't make up for the 2% difference between the two in strength. The strength on that one is pretty high. Let's. I was right the first time. I should have just continued on. And next up, we have the classic M60s. The classic M60s have 1 mod slot less, so we're treating them as with the MG5. So we're giving them a crit chance third stat with 2 crit chance mods. Although for the flatline, of course, we're giving it 1 crit chance mod, 1 pulse mod. And this is also the reason that this is the one place where strained will be in front of flatline, because the flatline is already 15%. The strained on this is like 12 and something percent, but it has to flip a crit chance mod for a crit damage, or a crit damage mod for crit chance, to make up for the lost mod. And this is the one place where strained actually barely beats flatline. This will be the sole exception, I feel. Moving on, we're starting to get some of the first fast hands, and this is actually one of the reasons to go fast hands, as the LMGs, and this is also why I would want them to be a little bit more balanced. We're reaching the point where we're actually going into some of the lesser LMGs, basically, because the LMG that was at the top is showing up here with fast hands, with a talent that isn't going to add into its burst, making the rest, basically everything behind this list, is less and less worthwhile. The RPK is a little bit lower than it. In it still, though, we have a few of the negevs, and especially the negevs are showing up without the rate of fire mag first. The M60s are starting to show up with the rate of fire mags. Once we kind of hit this point of MG5 fast hands and RPK fast hands, everything else under here, I would kind of consider not worthwhile with the damage talent, because you can beat them with the RPK or L86 or MG5 with fast hands. And at that point, because these fast hands ones out-sustain them and then also outburst them, at that point, they become kind of meaningless, because we have a bunch of weapons here that will be with strained. For instance, Negev with strained, with the full mag, and a few others as well.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Shouldn't be in the open during the day. Yeah, let's just die there. Let's just go to a safe house. I should have had the echo up. The echo usually makes it so you enemies don't spawn nearby, but I totally forgot to do so. Well, we'll just go to the steps of Lincoln. As in the background, I got distracted as I died. Got murdered in cold blood. But yeah, we'll redo that small part. We'll use the, well, you guys can't see it, but we'll use this part. I always like this look, this area pretty well as well. So, yeah. So wait, where were we? Classic M60. Could maybe cut it there somewhere. Nah, it's just 2 minutes. We'll just redo it. It's much easier that way. Yeah, let's, oh, I should have catch up to this. Okay, is it wrong to use DTA instead of rate of fire as a third stat LMG? Places where enemies have more armor, like skill, control points, countdown, manhunt, mission, etc. So depends on if you're in group or solo. Countdown is somewhere I would say yes. Manhunt and missions maybe as well, but actually control points don't have that, like especially solo don't have that much armor. Because you have to keep in mind that even purples are 50-50 on armor. So the thing is, even with 60% DTA, so if you take 60% DTA active, which is like the general stat that I use, that's makes the multiplier for DTA basically 3.6. Rate of fire, even on strikers, as well, if you're not taking the rate of fire mag as well, but the rate of fire third stat only, is still like 4.45%. So it's not, it's still a damage, you know, third stat, but yeah, at that point I would maybe consider even DTH more than DTA, just because of the value being so much higher. But personally, I think rate of fire has great value here, especially on strikers. But DTA, if you have it, you know, it's not bad. It's the third pick, I would say. Maybe together with DTH, because DTH, while less active, in my experience, in my thinking, it is just a higher value at that 10%. Because even though it says 9.5%, it's 10% actually. They still haven't fixed that either. Let's see if they fix that with the Because you can see it in your stat screen. If you put DTH on the third stat, you go into your stat screen and it shows 10% there. And also calculation-wise, it ends up as 10%. Yeah, let's redo this part because I got murdered. Yeah. And next up, we have the classic M60. The classic M60, we're treating it in the same way as the MG5. So it has only 2 mod slots for crit chance, where in the strained one, we're using both of them as crit chance. With the flatline one, we're actually going with 1 crit chance and 1, of course, with a pulse laser, just for the flatline, just to make flatline actually work the way we would usually want it. Because if you don't have that, you could account for somebody else pulsing or such. I don't find that viable. But here's the only place as well that strained will actually beat flatline, because we have to flip, of course, 1 crit damage to a crit chance to make up for that mod lost on the weapon. And strained is not behind enough that it would lose still at that point. So this is the one place where strained will likely beat flatline. As well, with the classic M60s, we're going with a crit chance third stat, because yeah, we have 1 crit chance mod less, so we can actually do that. Then we see the first of the fast hands. The L86 is showing here already, and the MG5 and RPK with fast hands are not far behind. This as well will be the place where we start to speed up, because most of the weapons that are beyond this point, I don't find worth using, because if you can have an RPK or L86 with fast hands that have much higher sustain as well because of that fast hands, and then also have higher burst than, for instance, a Negev with flatline. Why use the flatline Negev when you could have the L86? You're bursting the same and you're sustaining much, much higher. So from this point onward, it starts to get a little bit bad for some of the weapons. And this is the reason why I really wanted some inter-LMG balancing to be done. Because to me, the L86 and the RPK could have gone with 15%, and some of the other weapons a little bit more than 20%, maybe even. Because once the RPK, for instance, especially here as my pick, with fast hands shows up and is at 86% of the burst of that L86 there, and a much higher, much higher sustain, it takes away some of the viability of the following weapons. One standout here as well is actually the new Reliable. I can definitely recommend this weapon as well. On especially the premise that if you don't per se need the sustain that you would need, for instance, for some content, if you're tryharding, you might go with RPK with fast hands. The new Reliable is so much easier to use. You have another 30% weapon handling together with the 15 from Strikers already, and your watch points, making for a really accurate and easy to use weapon, making it a general pick, kind of Elmo-ish in its nature. So yeah, the new Reliable, definitely one that I would definitely recommend trying out. One thing to note here as well, because we're going into some of the bigger mag LMGs in a second, as we're scrolling down. Steady-handed, of course, can be a choice. What steady-handed would be, if you conceive it as being triggered every time, basically, which, for instance, with a GR9, with its 200 round mag, you only have to hit 100 times. It's conceivable and actually pretty practical. What that would mean is that you would basically take the fast hands number. So, for instance, we would take the GR9 with the rate of fire mag with fast hands, which I'm trying to quickly find, but of course, when you're trying to find something quickly, it is always the furthest away. Because here it is. Actually, it was behind my head a little, or well, next to my head, so I wasn't looking there. But then the burst would become its sustain. That is basically how that works. Its burst number would become its sustain number, so it would be sustaining for 11 million. And that is actually pretty high, because even if we go all the way back up into the top, even one of the higher sustainers in the RPK is actually only sustaining 10 million. But of course, it's not bursting as well. So that's the trade-off. You give up a lot of burst, and you try to make up for it by having a very high sustain. That, though, is not always practical, as sometimes you can't get it to hit 200. Sometimes you just need to suppress or something as well. And yeah, that weapon, while seeming good, just this lack of burst on it. Again, this needed to be altered within the class. This class as a whole needed the same rebalance kind of that ARs and SMGs got. And sadly, it didn't, so kind of sad for that. We're going to go through some of the others quickly, because, yeah, we're going to basically show up again with the rate of fires and the strained showing up first, and then the strained variant showing up, because, of course, these are burst stables, where the fast hands, of course, isn't adding into it, and then we're going into having the fast hands with rate of fire, and then the fast hands without the rate of fire mag. And it is a list that should seem familiar, because it is basically the same as the burst and sustain tables as they are without including a build. Because for a lot of it, it is all weapons that have 3 mods for crit chance. We're altering out the mag between plus 50 or having the rate of fire mag. And yeah, it just goes down that list, basically. A lot of them, I would basically say, are not relevant, just because the Infantry MG5, the MG5, the RPK, and the L86 are so dominant in this category. So even though they have better firing times, with some sole standouts, as we'll go into in sustain, with really only one in the good times, I wouldn't pick them, which is kind of sad. But of course, the whole list is available. You can go through it at your own leisure. I'm trying to catch if there's any names in there. There isn't. We'll move on into towards the end of the list, where we'll see the blue screen. And yeah, the blue screen doesn't have a damage component to its talent, meaning that this is basically what we get. Of course, it does have a utility talent, but it is pretty far low on the burst. It is usable for its talents. That disrupt and especially the disorient part of it can sometimes be useful, especially in countdown. I've seen people make decent use of it, but it just, yeah, it hurts a little bit. Bullet King is pretty low on the burst, because its burst is its sustain, and its sustain is okay, but not its burst. This is the reason why we don't use Bullet King, and this is, of course, Bullet King with getting this crit chance third stat here available to it. It's still not very usable. It is, of course, very high on its sustain, and we can already peek ahead at the sustain table and see that it's at the top there. That still isn't going to save it. I would still pick other weapons over it, just because it just doesn't have the oomph to really go. It is a utility weapon in its ammo, especially for the group. But yeah, I wouldn't pick it. And last, and sadly maybe least, the Pestilence didn't get any increase. So for instance, the Blue Screen and the Bullet King still did get increases. The Pestilence got no increase. I'm going to speculate here that is because they maybe thought that together with Lengmo getting altered to be 30 LMG and Pestilence being, you know, reliant on weapon damage, maybe that some cheesing would happen there. I can tell you that this is supermarket cheese, and this is, you know, this isn't Parmigiano Reggiano. This is just, you know, just cheap cheese from the store. It's kind of not worth it anymore. It is so far behind that while I love the Pestilence, and we will definitely visit it as a build showcase at some point, it is too low to be usable. Let's go on to the sustain table. Yay, I'm happy with that, even though the whole time I needed to off that one. So yeah, we went through how many minutes already? We're gonna cut out like 30 seconds, but this is already 29 minutes. Which is fine, because yeah, the sustain is a lot shorter, because there was a lot of explaining to do in the burst. Let me also bring up chat again and have a look. For not buffing the Pestilence. Yeah. It could have used the buff. It still might. It still might get it. But yeah, I'm still kind of sad as well with them not changing the balance within this class. Because yeah, as I said there as well, like basically once we reach this RPK point, the RPK's up there. It's just, you know, why would you pick these and such? Even though firing time has some value, damage per mag has some value, yeah, doesn't have that much value. Yeah, let's go over here and record this. Wait, what is actually? Actually, no. You know what? Yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna run as I've been drinking a lot of water to kind of keep from coughing my lungs out. I'm gonna run to the bathroom for like a minute. I'm gonna roll an ad as well, and we'll be back in like a minute. Okay. That was needed. So bring this back up. Yeah, let me see. So we were here. So we're gonna go through the sustains, and then we're gonna go over to the stash and go through basically the conclusion. Go weapon by weapon. Yeah. So let's actually have a little drink and then off we go. And after all that, we arrive at the sustain tables, which are right below it, of course. We are again actually not picking the top weapon as the percentage point to have everything compare against, because there is, of course, one here at the top. Although, actually, is it that at the top? Because it is only 3% ahead of the RPK, and that is, of course, the Bullet King, which should be actually the Sustain King. But even with 1,000 mag and 0 reload, yes, it isn't that far ahead. And of course, it's 15% behind on burst. This is the reason why you don't pick the Bullet King. Even though it can be handy, it can be fun, a case can be made that not reloading ever can maybe save your life here and there. 15% more burst will kill everything else, will unsave everybody else's lives, and that's so much that yeah, you can't ignore that. And yeah, we are going to compare everything to the RPK, and this is the RPK that why I picked the RPK as with fast hands. It is at the top of this table. One thing I want to note here as well, which is kind of nice for the RPK and L86. Where, especially with the other LMGs, you really do want to have Gunner there for the big pouch. Even though you might choose to sometimes go with the plus rate of fire pouch, having access to the plus 50 mag, plus 50 round pouch is quite handy at times. But of course, the RPK and L86 don't have that. They have the big magazine, so you can take them on Demolitionist, on Survivalist, on other technician, any of the specs that you like. And that is actually sometimes quite valuable, because while Gunner is pretty good solo, it actually isn't that great in groups. Having 5% detox spread over 3 other players is a lot more powerful than that little bit of weapon handling that 1 in 3 reloads being a lot faster, especially if you're running fast hands, and the rate of fire buff that you get after a kill. And same, for instance, for flame grenades being really powerful, flashbangs being really powerful, plus the stability there cannot be discounted for sharpshooter. So yeah, RPKs and LAD6s also just don't lock you into one specialization. Here we have also one of the other standouts on sustain, although very low on their burst. This I would pick over a Bullet King every day, because especially as we see here, a rate of fire, fast hands, perfect fast hands, good times, will outburst a Bullet King by quite a bit. 4% is nothing horrendous. It will keep up on the sustain, being only a few percentage, or well, 8% behind, but a weapon that is much harder hitting. And that most of it is down to, of course, as well, to that it can have the 3 crit chance mods, so it can actually have the rate of fire third stats, which is how they're actually in here. And yeah, that is that is not unbeatable, because the Bullet King does compete with it. But I would pick the good times over it. The ammo from the Bullet King could only be the ammo that you get from it could be the only remaining argument that someone could make. And then actually as well, on sustain, we see as well that the RPK with flatline is actually really high up here. It is actually, because its reload isn't atrocious, it's still actually, it outbursts basically a lot of the contenders in here. And then its sustain is still pretty high up here. An RPK with flatline is also very much something I would say is worth considering. I'll be picking fast hands, or I'll be picking new reliable personally. Then as well, we have the MG5s, the non-infantry ones showing up here, and a little bit later, the infantry MG5s. The infantry MG5s having a little bit more of the magazine size, especially over the RPK, does make it so that you much more consistently will actually hit the cap of the reload, or of fast hands. Where, while we are calculating here the fast hands with it being the max average that this weapon would have, that isn't really how it ends up in the game, of course, because out of those 65 rounds, you might not hit all 65, where if you have 100 rounds and you then hit 65 rounds, you get the same reload bonus, basically, although, of course, the reload of the infantry MG5 is much higher. But actually, the standout to me here as well is the MG5. So because we can take that crit chance third stat with it so much more reliably, and then put fast hands on it with 2 crit chance mods, and the third stat being crit chance for it, where, for instance, with the infantry MG5, we're going with rate of fire, 3 crit chance mods on the weapon itself, and then flipping 1 crit damage to crit chance, because that is the best layout for it. But because this one has its extra damage in its base, and we can kind of line it up better, it actually, comes out ahead. So I'll actually be grabbing a few of these MG5s with fast hands, RPKs with fast hands. The other one as well, of course, as a standout, because it is so high on the burst stables and then a little bit lower on the sustain tables, is the L86. But yeah, to me, I would pick an RPK over an L86, but I can see the argument for it as well with its highest burst. The classic M60 starts showing up, especially with the rate of fire mag with fast hands, is pretty good. Although actually as well, next to it is the strain one. They're lining up pretty well on their sustain, just because the 150 round mag, one of them is with rate of fire magazine, the other is without, with the plus 50 mag. They're lining up pretty close to each other, and the burst, of course, of the strained one is much higher. So actually a classic M60 with strained does seem like a decent idea, because of course the other one was competing with the good times, which is much higher. A little bit of the same burst levels, but then much better sustain. And then, yeah, we start going into the weeds. We have also here the GR9. The GR9 we could consider being with steady-handed. That would keep it at the same burst. It would basically make its burst its sustain. So we would take this 10,651,000 that does burst, If you compare that, that would actually put it at the top of the sustain table. That's also why I didn't put it in as is, because I don't consider steady-handed to be always activatable. It would show up, yeah, just below the Bullet King, really. But you can always, yeah, approximate steady-handed by just taking whatever burst number the weapon has with fast hands, or with no talent, because no damage talent, I should say, because of course it doesn't apply into the burst fast hands. So you can take that fast hands number, the burst number there, the absolute value, and just compare it like that. I felt if I would put the steady-handeds in here, they would overshadow basically everything else, but they're also not completely reliably there, especially for the weapons that have a 100-round magazine, where you have 100 rounds to make 100 hits. You can reload in between, of course, here and there. You will retain your steady-handed, but yeah, on a theoretical level, I'm not comfortable with that. If we then move on, we have a few of the others showing up as well. All of the big mags are showing up first without the rate-of-fire mags, because of course that rate-of-fire mag is at the cost of a 50-round mag, and because of that, it actually decreases their sustain by quite a lot. That's why they're so much higher on burst, but then actually they lose out on sustain by too much. That's why quite often we do pick to go with the plus 50 round mag. The only places I would choose to maybe not do so is really starting at the Mark 46s, M249s slash and the M60s basically. They can get away with it with certain talents, having a 100-round mag. And that 5% rate of fire is, of course, pretty good. And yeah, we keep going and going, especially, for instance, here as well, the L86 with flatline is a note to make, as the reload being so much longer for the L86 is hurting it here a lot, putting it very low on the sustain. It looks really nice on its burst, but it just is falling so far behind on sustain that I would pick an RPK with flatline, as it is a much narrower band. It is lower on its burst, but it makes up for it just because its sustain isn't as atrocious. Any other standouts? Not particularly. Of course, all of the fast hands are more at the top. The flatlines are in the middle. The strains are way around the end. But also, we're ending up here, while we had the Bullet King all the way at the top. The other three exotics are very much here at the bottom. All three of them kind of losing out just because they have no crit chance on the weapon themselves. If they had a little bit more crit chance, because in this case we have to pick a crit chance third, with some of them we also still have to flip a 1 crit chance or 1 crit damage to crit chance on the gear itself. The blue screen and the Iron Lung, especially, of course, yeah, the Iron Lung doing decently well on burst, but yeah, it's falling so far away on sustain. And to me, even beyond sustain, the discussion is, how long do you have while you can reload? This humongously long reload after each 85 rounds, to me, is unattainable. You'll get killed in this. You will have to roll and reset it a few times. You might be under attack by a rusher or something. Now, of course, there are ways to mitigating that. You have a pistol, pull that out, or a secondary weapon, but it will get you killed here and there. And we have something that I'm going to guess will be staying unique in as we'll go through ARs and SMGs and every other weapon type, is that there is one weapon at the very end of the burst and sustain tables. Even with the ARs, while the SIG was very low, the M4 and the Carbine are actually below it in the sustain tables, and then the SIG is at the end at the burst tables. The Pestilence here is at the bottom of both lists. It could use a buff, and I think it should. Well, it does have a damage component to its talent, of course, where, for instance, the Iron Lung and... the Iron Lung technically does as well with its fire, but it's minimal. The blue screen really doesn't, and for instance, of course, the Bullet King doesn't at all. It is a utility talent all the way through. The Pestilence, of course, does have damage towards its talent. You would need it to tick for 3-4 million to kind of catch up on the burst versus some of these other weapons. It would need to tick for 4-5 million sustain-wise to make up for how lackluster the sustain is here. Because, of course, if that tick isn't, if the debuff isn't good enough, yeah, what is the value of this? The pestilence needs a buff. Hashtag justice for pestilence, and hopefully they will actually still add it in. Yeah, let's go on to the conclusion. Yeah, let me bring this back up as we're gonna go find the stash. Let's go theater. What did I miss here? Am I blind or is the stoner missing? You are not blind, and the stoner is indeed missing. I left out a few weapons. Well, actually, the stoner in the end, just because it doesn't matter at all. It's very much out of that list. It is in every way, with every talent, it will be just the worst GR9. Which is sad to say because I like the model, but yeah. I've left out in other categories as well. I'm leaving out some weapons just because they really don't matter. Hi, Kia. Why does the RPK on the second spot have a different RPM than... actually, yeah, that's a good question. Well, let me go find out. Actually, let's go together. No, that one, this one. RPK in the second spot, fifth spot. Oh, yeah. Oh, because, yeah. I need to make, we need to actually maybe have this crit chance show. So this RPK here is with a rate of fire third stat together with strain, or with striker. And then this one, with flatline, you can actually go crit chance third stat because you're giving up one crit chance mod. So this is with a crit chance third stat and then flatline. This one is with a rate of fire third stat and then fast stat. Which I agree isn't that clear. I explained that basically at the start, and it's going to be at the start of the video. But maybe I should actually copy over those crit chances. Because yeah, that's an annoying thing here with LMGs. We have, you know, we don't just pick DTOC because DTOC is already there. So it leads to things like that. Would you pick Carnage or RPK in PvP with Sadius? RPK, honestly. The Carnage is just not good enough. Actually, yeah, well, you know, maybe in PvP, if you're triggering your bleeds always. Maybe in PvP where you're triggering your bleeds always. Yeah, maybe. Because yeah, the Carnage is up there. Although this is also with the rate of fire magazine. So this is only 100 rounds. Kind of depends on... I mean, you can kind of kill with 100 rounds, right? But not a group or something. Because the other one is all the way down here. And an RPK with Sadist would be just basically 10% above this one on its burst. So, although of course it needs to reload. Kind of depends on how many bullets you're using to kill. Hashtag. Yeah, no, yeah. I would love for the stoner to be brought up a little bit. Because yeah, the thing with it is, if we go to the main burst and sustain tables, because stoner is all the way below GR9, not by much on the sustain, just because they sustain both quite a bit, but then especially on burst, the GR9 is above it again, and the GR9 isn't. Like actually the rate of fire one is all the way up here. So in basically every way, and also their reloads aren't even that different. Their optimals are basically, well, the GR9 has 30, but that's enough for it. The Stoner has 40, which is kind of nice. But yeah, there's no... The only thing it wins out by a tiny bit is the damage per mag, but that's just because it fires less. The GR9 to me is just a better Stoner, sadly. And that's why we left it out, because the list was already, you know, I didn't want it to go on forever. But yeah, hopefully they give it maybe a little bit of a buff. That means you're forced to play technician. Generally, yes. There are ways of going around it. You can be creative about it. But if you actually really want to make it work, honestly, to me, you need that. You need technician and you need that pulse laser for it. Anything else is, sometimes it doesn't work. If you're running Heartbreaker and you're headshotting to do it, for instance, there are things that don't have a head. If you're using skills like Pulse or such, there are places where disrupts happen. And even if they're infrequent, it will happen here and there. And just make it not, apply fully. Do I want to do any cleanup here before we go through this?
Hello there, agent.
Because I did have a custom now as well, right? Yeah. This I got right? Custom has a long rail. Yeah, and this one doesn't. All of the RPKs have long rail, right? Yeah. Not that I said anything about that, but... Yeah. Let me catch up here as well. Doesn't matter which RPK. The differences between them is minimal, but the black market RPK is the better one of the three. There is this one. There is the classic, which has just a little bit less stability, and then that one has like a decent amount less stability. Then you have the military, which has just a tiny amount less stability, and then the black market, if you can choose. Also, which SRS? Do you mean in sniper rifle? Well, the SRS A1/covert, you mean? Both of them are decently close to each other, but actually I would pick the SR1, as that is... It is basically that and the M700 Carbon and Tactical and kind of are all kind of around the same usability, but then the SR-1 is like a lot higher base damage. So it basically does the same damage so that is this model, I like this one with the as this model as on the wrong scene, but it is to me that one is much better. It has a much higher base damage, and it doesn't really, like, the other ones aren't that much better than it really. The other weapons have a little less sway and such, but you can negate that already by just mod choices. So instead of M700 Carbons or Tacticals or SRS A1s or SRS Coverts, I'm picking SR-1s. Didn't think L86 with fast hands would be so much lower. Yeah, well, so keep in mind that, of course, the one we were having up there, or was on the screen here. Oh no, sorry. This was the burst table. So on the burst, it is higher. Because the L86 fast hands is here-ish, and then the RPK is quite a bit below it with fast hands on burst, and then on sustain, of course, it's the inverse, because the RPK already has a shorter reload anyway, and then wait, where is it? RPK fast hands, and then it has 65 rounds to make fast hands happen, which the amount you can stack, of course, is dependent on how many shots you can make. And then the L86 is... But also, basically, they're just shifting their burst and their sustains. Making both of them okay choices, but I'm going to go with RPKs, personally. Kind of like in the same way of just, going F2000 over FAMASs nowadays. Let me catch up. So they're all fine and basically the same. Yeah, close enough, basically. If that, well, if you mean the RPKs. If you can find the black market, that's the better one, but not by much. Not by damage or anything, but just by the stability that they have. Yeah, let's go to a conclusion here. Because yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing I did with the ARs, which is basically to go through my stash. It's a nice thing of having one of each in here, and just go through the list. Because also Sleipnir, for instance, is in here, and that of course has a special place, which isn't on burst and sustain tables, because if you put it in with it active, with its talent active, it just looks silly, and it isn't always active. So yeah, let's just go through here. Ah, no, they're tasty. Yeah, let's hit the record, shall we? And to conclude this, let's go in the same way as with way, the same way. Yeah, let's redo that. That the way sounded very odd there. Let's go again. And to conclude this video, we'll do the same thing that we did with the ARs. I'm just going to go through the list and basically give my opinions. Starting out with the blue screen, it is not good enough on its damage to make its talent viable. Well, the talent is kind of nice and can be used in some cases. For instance, in Countdown, I've seen people make creative use of it, especially with its disorient and such, especially during extraction. It isn't that high in its damage to be worthwhile using. Moving on to the Bullet King, even if you put the crit chance third stat here, there are a bunch of weapons that will outdo it. Now, there is an ease of use with the Bullet King that is undeniable, and of course, its group mechanic of every 100 bullets that hit an enemy replenish some ammo to you and your allies' reserves can be handy for some things. I don't see myself using it. Iron Lung is still good. It is actually still very powerful because even though it is a little bit lower on the burst tables now than it used to be, it is still from the first shot. It is actually just doing that damage without any caveats. There is no stacking up strains. There is no doing things like Sleipnir in a second. Especially with the crit chance third, which it already could have. It is pretty powerful. I will find myself using this on my ongoing directive builds and such. And yeah, as we talked about Pestilence without a buff is a little sad. It is making very sad noises in the corner, and we'll just leave it in that corner all alone until it gets some buffs, and we might come back for it, which is sad because I really do enjoy the Pestilence. Its talent is fun enough that I feel it should, be viable, and it needs a buff. So yeah, hashtag buffs for the bestie. Yeah, as we need not some skulls for the Skull Throne. We need some buffs for the Nurgle King. Moving on, we have actually one that we didn't discuss much in the tables. It is in there under Perfect Unhinged. The Black Friday, Perfect Unhinged just isn't worth it, especially not in the conceits that we had there, which is everything being graded to 25. That, of course, is already weapon damage, taking the weapon damage pretty up high, and this 22 weapon damage on top of that, at some cost as well, is not the choice to go for. But in general as well, even without grade to 25, I would pick Strained over it. There is, of course, that this is always active as well. There is that conceit. But I personally would pick basically just Strained or Flatline, which is also active from the first shot. Moving on, the M60s are decent, but especially for Good Times. Good Times is a standout in especially fast hands because, of course, it is perfect fast hands, and perfect fast hands is pretty perfect. The weapon, though, that is on M60 is decent, but not good. RPKs are personally, for me, my top pick. They will also be very much used because they will not be tied to any specialization, where, for instance, to me, especially the Infantry MG5, one of my other top picks, does require Gunner for the plus 50 mag, and especially the MG5 does really need it because it's a 50 round mag. Moving on to the Carnage, as we saw, it is okay because of a plus 25 amp. If you can have that amp up, it is actually a decent choice, but the Negev that it's on, the base weapon of it, is not worth it, really. Classic M60 as well, kind of not worth it. It is a mid-tier, kind of suffering in the same ways as the other M60s, but it doesn't have a perfect in the good times to make up for it. Going to the RPKs, just to explain here as well, as the difference between there are three types of RPK. There's the black market, there's the classic, and then there's the military all the way down here. The difference between them is in a slight increase in their or decrease in their stability, meaning that they have a little bit more recoil. The classic having the worst recoil upward, the military having the in-between, and the black market being the better one. So if you can go with one, go with the black market. If you have a really good looking classic, it is not the end of the world. Their differences between them are noticeable, but not the biggest change maker. You can definitely learn to run a classic M60 or a classic RPK. Moving on to the L86s, there is two L86s. I just wanted to point out as well that, yeah, this is the custom L86. This one does have a long rail. The military L86 does not have a long rail. That is actually a very important difference if you do want to go flatline with them. Also, the custom L86 has a little bit better handling characteristics just on the stats, making it my pick, really. But especially with fast hands. Then, yeah, we have the good times, the standout for its perfect fast hands. I feel this is very much usable. You're giving up quite a bit of burst for a decent, effective sustain, and the reload on it is very survivable because you can really quickly reload. It is really one of my picks, and there is some value to firing time as well. And especially with a 150 round mag on this, it of course will continuously fire for a lot longer, meaning that you will not be caught out as much by having to go into a reload in between enemies. The GR9, and as you see here, I have three variants with it. With steady-handed, I would definitely go with steady-handed for it, and then try to find one that you can change the third stat on. It is very good with steady-handed, as if you can get it going, and there are some contents where you definitely can get it going, its burst becomes basically its sustain. At that point, it is one of the top sustainers. Is that viable for every content? No. But for instance, for heroic countdown, where there's a lot of enemies that you can shoot at for quite a long while, it isn't a bad choice. But an RPK with fast hands or an L86 with fast hands would outdo it still, though. Then we have the infantry MG5s, which are very much one of my classic users. They are high enough on their burst and both on their sustain. They really need to have fast hands. They don't have enough ammo. They have a 100 round mag cap, meaning that they cannot really work well with steady-handed in my experience. And that makes them really good with fast hands, and they are very much up there because they do have a little bit longer firing time, meaning that you can do more damage before you have to reload. And sometimes that is worthwhile because one of the things that MG5 really, for me, is a standout in, especially in challenging countdown, usually in one mag with some allies around me, of course, as well. The Hunter will go down, and I don't have to hit a reload personally. The Negevs, as we saw, are pretty low on the burst and sustains. They are basically mid-tiers. They are one of the better ones with 150 round mag, especially if you have a rate of fire on it as a stat and a rate of fire mag, and then take it with strikers. You do get a really high rate of fire, which if this had the rate of fire mag, it would actually be 1063 as I'm peeking over there. That is actually pretty high and way high enough that you can actually stack for strikers with it. So there is a case to be made for it there. But again, I would actually stack maybe with the ACS and then swap over and do much more damage with an RPK. The M249s, together with its variants in the tactical version and in the military Mark 46, all three of them are basically the same as the M60s. They are mid-tiers. They don't carry themselves well enough to be worthwhile. I would actually pick a GR9 with steady-handed, maybe over these. They are still effective enough to use, but yeah, not good picks. And yeah, one standout we saw, and one that I will be making use of, especially with a crit chance third stat, so we can go with 2 crit chance mods and a fast hands. That's going to actually be likely one of my picks, one of my main picks for LMGs, especially if I have gunner on strikers. As we saw, they line up quite a bit better build-wise with strikers, just because they have 1 mod slot less, making them much more effective to go crit chance third stat with. And they have a little bit higher base damage to make up for that. And of course, that base damage went up by 20%, which, because every weapon went up from an absolute value by 20%, the M6, the classic M60 and MG5 actually benefited more so than most other weapons. And yeah, it will be my go-to pick, I feel, for a lot of uses. This and the RPK and in some cases the L86 are my 3 picks. Moving on, yeah, we spoke already about the military L86. The custom is the better version if you can get it. If you can't, this is perfectly fine if you have a good one of these lying around. The military M60 is the same as the classic M60, but just a little tiny bit worse, which is just going to always be the case between military versions and black market versions. Usually the black market versions are the best ones, and usually they have a little bit less recoil. That is usually what they have. The damage is the same between all of them. They all have the same base damage. They all have the same rate of fire, so their burst and sustain stays the same. Moving on to, yeah, one of the standouts as well is the new reliable. This 30 weapon handling, especially with strikers, makes for a very comfortable weapon, rivaling the Almo very much. With 3 crit chance mods and a rate of fire third stat, it fits in really well in strikers as we had it there, and yeah, it can make for a really comfortable weapon. When you don't need that all-out damage, it is very comfortable to go with. If you need a little bit more, I would maybe then step over to fast stance RPK. But perfectly good, and actually one of the higher numbers. We have one that I didn't include, and I intentionally didn't include, but I do want to talk about it here, Sleipnir. Sleipnir, of course, is Perfect Frenzy, and Perfect Frenzy and Frenzy itself is a very powerful talent. But it is too conditional for me to add into the list like these. Same way we'll not have Killer really in the SMGs coming up or in the ARs that we had. While they are perfectly fine talents, Perfect Frenzy here as well. If you prep it and then go into a boss fight, for instance, and then use it, it is very powerful. But you have to prep it. So if I put the numbers up there with it always active, it looks way too strong. With it, like, trying to average it out for usage, it becomes meaningless, because how do you even do that? So I'm just sidestepping the whole thing and just leaving it out and just going like, it's good if you stack it. So it is very powerful. It would top the burst stable by around 50%, 42% above everything else. So that's why we left it out there. And yeah, it is situationally very useful. You could have this very much as your secondary, having it prepped, going into a room and then using it, having it be ready at its reload. So you reload and then start firing it. One that we left out, and I said that at the start as well, but we'll discuss it here again, is the Stoner. The Stoner to me is just the worst GR9, and I didn't want it clogging up the list with 4 or 6 of its variants in there. It is very much a weapon that I would not recommend. Partially as well as once you go onto a build with it, it becomes even worse for it. because the Stoner still has it that your muzzle is locked to this plus 20 stability muzzle, meaning that it is basically a 2 crit chance weapon, even though it looks like it has 3 crit chance mods available to it. It only has 2. Together with all of its other stats means that it's going to lose against the GR9 in all ways, and it isn't meaningfully better in any way, which is sad. I like the way it looks. So, and of course, Stoner as a great name in weapon making, but yeah, they did them dirty here. This tabula rasa is also one to maybe consider, same as, of course, the steady-handed ones. This is the perfect steady-handed. You will have to reload once to hit this, and awkwardly, the second one is in the middle of your second magazine if you're hitting all of your shots. But what ends up happening is that you usually hit this at the mid to end parts of your second magazine, and get a free reload out of it. And one free reload once in a while is pretty powerful, and this accuracy stability adds quite up. One thing I dislike always with this and steady-handed as well is the moment that it falls away, especially for those that have descended and have used steady-handed in there. You might know that if you're rocking unhinged and steady-handed in there, the moments that steady-handed falls away are very awkward. Minimally so here, but still very awkward. And yeah, we've already discussed the M249s as being mid-tierers, actually below the M60s, I would say. So yeah, that was very much all of the LMGs. I hope that they actually will revisit the LMGs and maybe change the interbalance between them. I would very much say that, yeah, RPKs, L86s, and MG5s and infantry MG5s are the go-tos and are very powerful. We'll continue on with the next one being about SMGs, and we will likely afterwards, after that in a video, compare all 3 in a combined list, as once we have the SMGs as well, we can basically put all 3 in one list and have a little gander at how far ahead are LMGs now and are they kind of worth it. I'll give a sneak peek that RPKs and L86s do already beat some of the top-end ARs, but of course they come at some cost, as they have suppression mechanics, and also you can't use a shield with them. So that's gonna come up in slightly a few days, and we're going to end it up here by me saying, as always, have a good night. There we go. A lot of fast talking. So let's see. As for a few times there, I was like, I'm gonna cough here, but it didn't in yet. So yeah, 58 minutes, way too long, but that's fine. 2 minutes goes off of it because we're gonna cut out that one segment. But I'm happy with that. How long was that conclusion part? 16 minutes. Was that too long? I mean, there's a lot of LMGs. That's annoying us. Yeah, I thought that would be shorter. Worst case, I'll redo it. The worst case, I'll redo it, but likely I won't. I'll just use that one. Because in the conclusion, I go over like actually pairing the stats with like experience. Yeah. Do you have any weapons remaining in here that I want to put back? Not really. Yeah, let me catch up here as... hi again, quick question. Kingbreaker versus L86. Kingbreaker will likely... actually will lose to L86. But L86, of course, you can't use a shield with it, so there is that. But yeah, no, L86 would win against Kingbreaker by a tiny amount, though. Like, I love it. Rip shields, everyone runs an RPK now, yeah. Well, something I don't dislike. I think too many people use shields as crutches. And now they're forced to use some skills, some others of the skills. I'm looking forward to more people using pulses, maybe. We'll see. Let me bring up this again. So we have chat and the numbers up there. Therefore, I was FK for the spoiler is we're burning down the hot topic and then above the pesty. Yeah. Which SMG has the best burst now? I mean, well, best burst is still the SRB, like that one vector, the small mag. But you don't want to use that one. Use a MP7 or a Banshee, which are second and third place, but much more usable, because that one is the 19 mag vector, which basically has no damage per mag. You can barely kill anything in one mag with it, is the thing. What build would you pick if I use M60 or MG5? Strikers? Strikers, and then align your crit chance, crit damage. So if you're using the MG5, so not the infantry one, then you can actually go crit chance third stat, and then no crit, and then everything else crit damage on the build. That lines up really well. That's actually why that MG5 is a little bit higher than the rest. And then yeah, with M60 you go rate of fire and then one crit chance mod. Is the good. I'm working MP pulse just yeah. There's so much power creep. I don't really know the small variance in numbers. Yeah. Games becoming too easy with decent players. Yes, I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. The game is a little bit, for a lot of content, way too easy for coordinated, well-coordinated teams. It's just, hopefully they realize that and bump it up. There is still some stuff that is challenging. So, I mean, like, plenty of heroic countdowns where like extraction still fails, or legendaries, you know, especially Manning and Tidal. The incursion, you know, even with coordinated teams, sometimes it falls over and somebody dies. I'll fix up the camera there. And yeah, I'm actually, what am I gonna do even? Because yeah, I thought up ahead to doing that video. Was there anything I really needed to do? I was considering maybe going farming on second account this zone. Especially it's invaded as well, so we can actually do bounty cheesing there. The other thing I have, actually let's do that, because let's leave farming for over the weekend. I have some challenges, of course, for reanimated left. We have some melee kills to go. We have a lot of burns to go. Really, we're on 0 burns. That's not great. All right, the photos, grenades. Is this also one of the reanimated? Okay, so Black Tusk, Elites. Okay, here we have reanimated hostels with melee attack as well. Yeah, you know what? Let me just do that then. We're gonna take the easy way for those as I jump my world down to normal. Let's grab let's actually grab, she has the explosives, she has that explosive build, right? Yeah, let's grab this one. Why not? And let's go start just somewhere with reanimated on though, because you need the reanimated on to do the challenges. So I'm just gonna work on my challenges a little bit. It will be nice and handy for, you not frying my brain a little bit more. So videos like that always kind of fry my brain. Just there is a lot of like thinking going on in the background. Let's go use New Venice as the thing. Green drones on Wally's or cover Kansas kills from cover. Yeah. Yeah, the MP7 even with its 40 round mag is actually still competitive. That's how powerful. Because it doesn't hurt it that much because it has a really good reload. So actually the way I'm using each one of them is that I'm using the Banshee especially as a fast hands weapon. And I'm using the MP7 for if I need anything else. So if I need a Sadist weapon or... Well, can't be flatline because it doesn't have a long rail, but... you know, stuff like that. Or other talents, preservation or such. Because it has a really good reload by itself anyway. And also, yeah, perfect unwavering is pretty good as well. You know, let's stand back up. Right. Sweet dreams. And hey there, Essie. And thanks for the cheers there. Always appreciate it. Hope you're doing well and everybody else as well. There. I need... it's about to shoot him in the head, but I need everybody to reanimate.
Hostiles.
I'll just do that.
AEDs detected.
Okay, the reason I went with the explosive build is I can't headshot with this, so everybody should revive. And I picked this control point because, especially on the defense here in a second. Where's my hive? Oh, there.
Stay out of the turret's way. They're over there. Get some cover.
I was thinking I can just do this.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And my hive will clean up everything. Except, of course, the game gives me heavy because why wouldn't it?
Heavily armed hostiles guarding location nearby.
Go, go, go.
Because I'll say I'm gonna wait. Where did you go?
Want it back?
Wait for my... Go over here, wait for my hive to charge up. Leave my hive here and then just... Of course we're getting a convoy as well.
Reinforcements en route.
See, that's too close to that door.
Additional hostile contacts. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Watch out!
Detected. Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles.
There we go. Of course, these guys are coming this way. Or are they going past? Nope, they're coming this way. They're just gonna go. I can't. God damn it. Yeah. That failed it, of course. Let's go do it here then. I need to not leave the area of the control point, which I did there. So let's just go somewhere else. Is it one more round than the pistol vector? No. Oh, yeah. Dumb little shit was a Kansas killed from cover. Yeah. Optimist or close and personal for MP7? Fast dance or sadist, or well, no, it depends on kind of what you're using. Killer otherwise, killer solo especially can be good. I would pick killer over close and personal personally. Depending on how many, like how blue you are. If you have a lot of blue cores, maybe. Optimist isn't the bad one either, yeah. Just because you're cycling pretty fast, right? I also need to get a few of these melee kills in. I keep forgetting.
Detected. Nearby location.
Should just do it with a fire eclipse, actually. It'll be much easier. What I'm trying to do. Ouch. That was my face that blew up. Hello, mortar, I can has you. Because the annoying thing is, once in a while, if you can go turret drone as well for this, but once in a while, turret and drone will actually accidentally headshot someone.
Reinforcements incoming. Vital signs critical.
Also, I have this if you use this.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
How do you like my driving? You're going down.
I need to get better on.
Mortar? Fire? Is that not hitting her, actually? Oh, nice.
Serious trauma detected.
Where's my
Incoming
hive?
hostiles detected.
How do I keep losing my... Oh, here it is. The answer is easily. That's how I'm losing my hive. Okay, let's get this one out of the way.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I should get a few of these in. I'm being punched in the face.
Hostile detected.
Let's mortar myself.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, and I use my explosion resistant thing already. Yeah. That I still.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostile.
Ah, bitch.
Agent killed.
Oh, does that break it? That breaks it, right? Let's go eclipse. Why am I this silly build with glass? Let's just go eclipse like a normal sane person. Just wanted to make some booms happen. Apparently that's butterbottom. Killer, that's a good, yeah. No, strained would be, so MP7 would definitely be a case where we'll likely see it, because yeah, we're gonna do the SMG one. Likely Sunday we're gonna put it together. But MP7 with 10 rounds less, likely Optimus will beat it at that point.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Because a fast or steady-handed really does, or trained really cares about max size as well. But yeah, you have basically killer, you have fast hands or optimist.
I'm gonna miss.
All three. Oh, and the named one, unwavering, is also pretty good.
Holy shit!
Yeah, fast answers. Enter the chat indeed. We're gonna use the Eclipse Channel Pulse, got a first time for a chance. Wish to remove this chance. Yeah, it's usually not that hard. The thing is that you just shouldn't do it on heroic, really. And
Reinforcements en
nah,
route.
named group, really? Yeah, I can't leave the circle here, so I'm just gonna do that. Actually, I should have been somewhere up here and sent the cam. Could have done that, of course. Could have just sent the cam like this.
Detected. Near location. Guarded by
Oh
hostile.
no, actually it's not a named group. I headshotted that guy for 600. Wait, did I not call him in? What is happening? So I'm not in combat. Did I kill everybody? Feel I didn't get the, you know, enemy like boss thingy. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that is great. Never seen that part. Yeah, using just skills usually is the go-to. Although usually with Eclipse, because Eclipse is so much easier. You just set something on fire, make sure to not headshot anything, and just you'll be fine. I wanted to use explosive just because I haven't used mortars in a while. But it was a glass build, and that kind of cost me. Let's go by Sweet Dreams here. And a lefty. See what happens when he's... Am I getting completion here? Wait, this one bugged out too? How did this one bug out? What? Just the enemy didn't spawn? Or something? Are they all the way out there somewhere fighting something? Because I'm failing it here by leaving the area of the control point. Hello? Anybody? I was hit a deer there. You know, let's reset our control points. Because, yeah, because usually the one I do it with is this. Venice is so much easier than any other. Just because they spawn within the area that you have to stay in. So bank address works a little bit good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna guess actually now. Because in the past I would always just get that one just because I play Fire Eclipse quite a bit. This time I might need to actually cheese it because the clouds, especially in groups, just kill everybody way too much. Actually, I should go from here. Which is the downside. Because the clouds didn't... I would be able to get my fire in before the clouds used to kill them. That's not a possibility nowadays. Because I do try to always get all of the challenges done, even though that's, you know, it's not required. It's also not anything really useful. I also need some melee kits.
Hostile control point identified.
Because usually the way I do it is with this Eclipse. And we come in here and we just do... What are these? What? I missed her? Missed her again now. Because the nice thing is you can see when they're spawning up there and do that to them. All you need is one purple and it will
Heavily armored hostile detected.
get the rest there.
Reinforcements incoming. Civilians in danger.
Yeah, I don't have the... Does that reach it? No. I want to do this first. Normally I would have a Scorpio there, of course, to deal with that.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Heavily armored hostile detected.
The aggro, is it on the streets? Oh, it is. It's coming. Walk faster. Reinforce me harder.
There'll be more tomorrow. Hate doing this alone.
Trigger chameleon, but then again, what's coming at this possible? I can already. Yeah. Yeah, chameleon. At least with Detox, it's a little bit more.
All right, time to go.
Okay. I counted right.
Thanks. I don't know that we could have done that without you.
Supply room access unlocked.
Ooh. Let's go kill these guys.
Thought I'd spent half my life on guard duty.
Get division. Next one.
Yeah, I'll count it.
There.
What do we want to do here?
Hostiles detected.
Oh yeah, I need to. Well, actually, yeah, I need to go.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I need to not have a vial. All of these guys getting back up because they were my kill when they get that shock.
Fuck.
They
Feel that, agent?
actually get vial ticks on them and die instantly. Because yeah, what do we have left? Let's have a look. See. Black Tusk, Elite, Headshots. That's gonna happen. Grenades isn't. Melees. Grenades, melees, photos, and melees. Okay. So let's get some melees and grenade kills. And yeah, let's do that in the bestest way possible, of course. Do I still have one? No. We'll need to venture forth into. Let's go over here. As yeah, we are going to, of course, collect the best chest for grenade kills. And then we're gonna use that, of course. Your time to shine, buddy. This is normally hard. Actually, this doesn't make sense. Let's make this at least this or something. Normally, this is a tech tank, but for this occasion, we are turning it into a foam grenader thingy. Oh, also, I actually memento would still be more handier for the because I'm gonna put a foam here.
Civilians in distress.
I'm gonna. I guess named Roosevelt okay, for the daily. I see there. Let's track this on screen. And also, who needs an Elmo anyway? Let's pick the true meta weapon, which is Sweet Dreams.
This.
Hey, oh, you're elite.
Go, go, go! Damn it! Off the wrong one.
Trying to encircle us. They're on me. Take it.
And let's actually do that. Get a few reanimations to happen here. And also kill our hostages because I don't want it. Oh,
Incoming hostiles detected.
unless they didn't revive.
I'll destroy it. I got
Hostile
one right over there.
broadcast detected.
Just stand up too there.
What? All talk.
Ah, that's the wrong grenade type.
Get it off me. Grenade!
No, stay in it. No leaving. Maybe just surviving then.
Target. Like that, cabron?
Sir, have you received your complimentary Sweet Dreams of the day? No? Then here. It's free! Here, have some foam on top of it. And you know what? Free grenades.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Okay. Wait, you guys survived? How dare you guys survive? Can I kill him myself? Yeah, not gonna grab completion there. We're normal, like through that. Oh yeah, we also need to still take some photos. How many body shots? Yeah. Still looking for sure. Probably find a BDSC title, yeah.
Remember the ball.
Yeah, let's go. Hit these guys. Named group? Maybe? No. Night, night.
Forgive.
Killed someone with the Sweet Dreams without even using the Sweet Dreams, by the way.
Enemies trying to flank us.
Actually, you know what? I want to do that. And then do that. Actually, I wanted to kill the door, but... Complimentary grenade!
I can't move.
So, you're supposed to die to that grenade.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
It's not nice to not die to my grenades.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Got their range.
Access key detected. Access key detected.
This sucks. Give up.
Like that, guys. This sucks, yep. I foamed you to the ground and then threw a grenade next to you. Yep. This sucks. Yeah, I can't say otherwise.
Damn this shit. I got one. Locking the enemy down.
There's no place where there's... Oh, I'm gonna die.
It's a grenade.
Nope. I know it. Maybe I'm not. That sniper was shooting me as well.
Got shields up.
Hostile control point detected.
Actually, you don't even need the foam there because when they get up, they're gonna be shocked for a few seconds anyway. So dying is a shocking experience. So when they get up, it's, you know, they're in shock for a few seconds that they died. Meaning that you can kind of. Hey. On to the next. Needed some more black tusk, I think. Those guys are the tusk of the black. And I do love me some smoothies. Even though they give me a sticky mustache. Smooth stash. Smoothie stash. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that heavy, so I'm going that away. Oh. Got another clips actually. I was about to just send the fire cam that way. Actually, I need 2 more specialization headshots. Let's see if we can get 2 of those. One of them was a headshot.
Disrupted.
I'll deal with that.
The sweet dreams is there.
System back online.
Firing on the target. Yeah, they got shields now.
Think of everything they've done to bring the fuckers down.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
There's the last one.
Now! Before they disappear!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, there's no black. So I was hoping for the grenades to be done, but yeah, that would have been too early. Got Hollywooded there for a second. Hey. That was a headshot. It says you need the sniper rifle for that. I mean, anybody sensible would say that, because why would you do it with that thing, which, you know, has like a very low headshotting rate, but still. So a lot of non-reanimated. So we need to take some pictures. Black Tusk we're done with. What other faction? Any other factions in here? Outcast. Hyenas is done then? One was hyenas, right? Where's Highness? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go deal with Outcast then, even though we're not doing the same, like, overlapping thing with them. Yeah. Because once I have the melee kills in, and the photos. Still need to take 3 more photos. That's easier with like just a random patrol or something than like that one. Or this one actually.
I'm surrounded.
Different type of shooting.
Yeah, I got him.
Try to catch them in their habitat. Here we see the quiet. Well, actually, no, these guys aren't quiet. The brave Crash Ninjas running up against weapons with nothing but their trash can lids. And I wonder if that counts. Not even their crash. Where are you looking up?
I've got you.
Where are you going? As the noble agent puts them out of their misery. Because there was a lot for that person to be miserable about. But this guy does weak point kills? I wonder. Those aren't reanimated yet.
Yeah. Screw the division.
Don't screw the division. We're nice people. I mean, well, I killed you, but I swear, I'm nice other days. Peekaboo.
Down. Armor coming up. Better hold out. Now they're screwed. Shitting.
Cool, low shot of them. Melee kill, non-reanimated hostile. Just swap these 2 weapons. Why have I not swapped these 2 weapons yet? Because I expect the Sweet Dreams to be on 2.
Get in. That can find you, agent. Go, go, go. Damn, can't even. Next time, you're dead.
Waiting for Sweet Dreams to come back. Also, yeah, grenades though, right, as well.
Put him down.
Hit the son of a bitch!
Also, weak points, right?
Serious trauma detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Together!
You shall burn. Don't let them get close. I need to keep up.
Oh, that's That one used to always be annoying, getting the headshot erosion things on Outcast, but yeah, it's a lot easier, of course, if that stuff is super more powerful.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Hostile control point nearby. Incoming hostiles detected. You ready? Detecting additional
Do
hostile.
those count as weak point kills? I don't actually remember all of these kills. If you got them that way. I think they did actually. But I think I should have had the shot. I had it as being my shot that killed them. We're free from whatever faction we want it to be. We just need fewer grenade kills, because let's get those on normal so I don't have to do it on. Let's just one more melee and the rest will likely just get done. YouTube. Looks like you're having disturbing amounts of fun. How dare I, right? Sir, this is a fun-free zone. Stop having fun. Here, have a hunter instead. Where even is he up here? Oh, hi. Yeah, I need to actually...
Incoming hostiles detected.
That was early. Hopefully, no, that will still connect.
An outcast has fallen.
An outcast has stripped and an outcast has fallen. But did that from only one of you?
Access key detected.
And... oh no. Need one more after.
Access key detected.
There's 2 keys. Yeah, one of the oddities with Reanimated is you can get 2 keys actually. So if you kill the guy that drops the key, he drops the key, and then if you pick up the key and then kill him again, you get another key. Because, you know, that guy is supposed to drop a key when he dies, so he will always drop a key when he dies. No questions asked. So yeah, let's have ourselves some strawberries.
You want it fast, or do you want to burn?
Can I pick burn? Can I pick?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll pick.
Hostage health is critical.
Yeah.
We finished with the point we started.
Trying to get a few weak point kills in. Hey, let's not die.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Just need one more grenade kill. That's all I need.
Move!
Okay.
Reloading!
Why are you guys still alive?
Got another to deal with.
Actually trying to get them killed.
That's it.
They survived. How dare they? Anything else I need to get doing on normal? Weak point kills, that's just gonna happen. Burns, not so much. I'll run Eclipse and get some shotgun kills as well. And that as well. Elite hostiles, yeah, that will happen. And a stronghold on hard or higher. Yeah, I'm gonna grab my Eclipse. And then actually I'm gonna take another bathroom break because I apparently have drank way too much water and stuff. Which makes sense. And I'm just gonna jump into a few matchmade missions and just go around. I'll answer that question right when I'm back, because I actually need to. Wait, I'll be right back. There we go. That was kind of needed. Yeah. Wait. There's still one question coming about. Any general tips for expertise experience games? I've heard printer filaments are a good option. If you have a lot of high, or you have decently high SHC level, you can definitely use watch alts to get through it pretty quickly. Depending on how high you are. And high, you need to be 3-4K-ish to really make it okay fast. With 2K or such, or 1.5K, it's pretty slow. Because you have to do watch alt runs, which is going through WONI. Otherwise, starting out, it kind of depends how far in you are. Starting out, just take the easy options and put in exotics and named items and stuff along the way as well. But just run some countdowns, set it to brands or such that you aren't proficient with. Just pick them up, donate them, maybe wear a few pieces here and there, and just get them done. You'll reach a point where you'll have just the DZ named stuff left and exotics and skills, and just along the way as well, like if you're running countdown and you have your reviver hive is likely proficient, just put in a booster hive and then like a blinder firefly or something like that. Things that still can be useful, but you aren't proficient with, you have to just, just run those. It's basically one of those things that you just chip away at. And the things to know especially is that you'll end up with most of the brands and gear sets and stuff. You can just get them, run some runs with targeted of them and just donate them. With the gear sets, with most of them, you can make just a silly build with it. You can just put together a Hunter's Fury, go run Hunter's Fury for 2 countdowns, and it's done, or just a few missions. But most of those, you can get those done. And then what you really have to run is the exotics, the DZ names, because you don't get enough of them to donate it all the way. The DZ named weapons, items, PvP items, stuff like that. And then the exotics especially as well. And then the skills. So run those alongside of other stuff and just keep it in the back of your mind. Usually have at least 2 items in your inventory, in your gear and stuff that you're just proficiencing at the time. Decently high shows level 20k, yeah. Well, The downside of this 20k is that I can't watch alt on. Well, I'm choosing not to watch alt on this account because I've already used up all my 4 character slots. But yeah, you don't need to be 20k, but you do want to be at least 2 or 3k before you do watch alting for expertise. Because donating is, in effect, if you're even likely 3k or such, it is likely faster than running content. Just because you can just run the same thing over and over again, but also you're running the same thing over and over again. That can be a little bit mind-numbing, I feel, sometimes as well. Just gonna refill my butter bottle. What a different water bottle. Refill in there. As yeah, I need to hydrate quite well because my throat is kind of a little stingy. Appreciate the advice. I'm only expertise at tips. Oh yeah, if you're 5, so up to 16ish, you can just continuously just run some countdowns and go like, okay, I don't have, you know, whatever. Aces isn't proficient yet. Just set your target to aces and just grab them and donate them. What you can do as well is just, you know, make some silly aces build and run it in there. But do that on challenging only because you're diminishing your effectiveness. But that's kind of okay as long as there's an okay team carrying you. And same for these brand sets. What you can do as well is just, you know, if you're running strikers, instead of your coyote, just, you know, put a palisade mask in there. You lose a little bit of damage. There's enough coyotes in countdown to make up for your loss of your coyote. And just, you know, just cycle that one or 2 pieces around well. But don't kill your entire build for it because that's kind of dangerous sometimes. But a lot of the builds as well. So make a very simple negotiator build, just strikers, but then instead of the 4 striker pieces, negotiator or aegis or cavalier and stuff like that. Because getting up to like 15, 16ish isn't that hard. And then do the same with ARs. If you're missing a bunch of ARs, just run targeted ARs, a few countdowns, and you'll like fill it up slowly. Because you'll get especially these base ones a lot, and then the names that drop, that normally drop, that aren't DZ names, they'll drop a lot. And just donate them all and then save your resources for other things. Yeah, I'm gonna just random main mission matchmake. Let's see what we get. So we get someone that likely played a lot of Call of Duty, as they're called Alpha COD. Or maybe they like fish a lot. Maybe they are actually the alpha, you know, cod. They're not the salmon, but they're the cod. We at the
last radio
invaded.
came from a parking garage close to the shade node.
Oh no, this isn't invaded. It's just normal. Right.
Experimental AEDs in proximity.
This guy knows this chest at least.
Another agent has joined your group.
Starting to fill up. Nice. Anyway, I'm joining this guy in the last 2 rooms, which I'm gonna just follow him in. Do I go for the quick strat? I think I will.
Want him back? You can have him.
Agent vital signs 0.
He didn't have to die here.
Another agent is now in your group.
Character just still want to climb there. Because yeah, I'm so late up here that that wave is making it out, but it's fine. Other survivors?
That bastard can't have gotten far yet. Go after her.
Yeah, this is a very easy mission. Join the last 2 rooms and get a 3 directive completion. Actually, I'm gonna try. Can I hit her? Does it show her? Okay. Let's go help. These guys don't know the rules of cleaning up behind yourself. Although, well, they're my kills, so I should be doing it.
Vital signs critical.
Use that for some healing as well.
There's nothing you could have done for Espinosa. That fucking hyena was toying with us. I hope she suffered a bit before you finished her off. Anyway, thanks to you, we're an important...
Nope, we killed her pretty quickly, so he didn't suffer much.
You did good. I'll see you around.
That was one of the weeklies as well.
An agent is no longer in your group.
There's what they were running. Contractors Fenris. I mean, yeah, you need a lot of crit chance to make up for it, but wait, what? Not this much, though.
An agent has left your group. You are now group leader.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave them behind and we'll go and try one more. This is a new appreciate.
Entering safe area.
Yeah. Was there actually an in Div 1 an old reliable? I don't actually know. Don't think so, right? I think I would remember that. Would have been funny if they did that. And then Division 3 newer reliable. Yeah, let's just matchmake a few.
You have received.
I was like matchmaking, just you get some randomness into it.
Got a blacktop transport inbound on
Well, they've made it new, right? And then that's this is the mission that doesn't work, right?
Any Black Tusk personnel that you find.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles. Advanced AED.
Or is it only the non-invaded that is that way?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I might be down.
Agent down.
I was hoping she wasn't gonna follow me, but she did. The shotgunner. Gotta be careful with this one. Yeah, I'm gonna guess likely is actually, or if you don't let him come down much, because I think only that one chopper, like that is at the end part that is near the elevator. That's the only one that should give any trouble, I feel, right? Because the other one shouldn't be close enough, I feel. Jukin and jiving.
Right here.
What is my pistol? It is finished broken. Oh, it's on cooldown. Might as well murder him. Sirs? Sirs, there's just the... Because it's one of those guys' worlds, so it's definitely, you know, he's eligible for it. Yep. It's a minute lead. Oh, my hive's down there, so wait behind you. And yeah, likely Sunday we'll make the, because I'll finish up that LMG video tomorrow, just stitching it together, cutting out parts of it, and then
Satellite dish C under attack.
see if I can get the stars to work, because if they make it too close, we'll lose it, right? I will keep them CC'd for a little bit. I actually don't even know what happens if you, but like when you fail it here. I don't think I've ever like failed this one. Gonna guess we get reset to the start of the mission.
B under attack. Satellite dish A under attack.
Wait, what?
Satellite dish B under attack.
Were two getting attacked at once? This isn't a possibility, right? Normally, or am I crazy?
Satellite dish B under attack. Satellite uplink detected.
Shit.
Okay.
Black Tusk is trying to interface with the
It's fine.
They're accessing the network from a terminal in the R&D room downstairs. Get down
Yeah.
there and stop
What
them.
happened there?
Dish B is severely damaged. Don't let it get destroyed.
Oh, yeah. One of the dishes did get. At least, well, it didn't get destroyed before the completion. So. Destroying something you don't want to destroy. The structure is damaged. Yeah. I'm gonna guess there's a few places where you're protecting stuff.
I can do this all day.
System malfunctioning. Serious trauma detected. System reactivated.
Get back up. I'll take it out.
Sir, you're on fire? Could you act as if you're on fire? I'm just gonna get out of there. Not die instead. That's not the thing I expected it would be. Kinda lost count of the waves. Oh yeah, it's this way.
An agent needs assistance. Agent down.
So this place is true patriots.
There may still be a few hostiles present, so head on through to the R&D
Let's
room
get the
and
key
wrap this
chest
one up.
just in case these guys have a look around before they leave. Also, oh, that's why I couldn't get. I was like, why wasn't my sledge working? Wait, am I glass? No. Wait, what? Hey? You go down and then you come back up. Don't want that. Don't want that. I'm gonna leave you to it and you guys some sleep. Oh. We'll try. We'll try to have some funs. It'll be harder without you though, but but yeah, enjoy your rest and see you Sundays likely. Yeah, so,
Keep it up.
be skipping tomorrow. Not that one, not that one. It's perfect grouping that worth using in an Eclipse build. For foam eclipses, yes. Very much so. The legendary setup I personally use and most people use is with perfect grouping that, and then depending on setup, either just a piece of Hanayu or Golan or even BTSU. Oh, we didn't take the initial one. Okay. That guy's getting it, right? Spawning where? Right. Sniper. That guy's just standing in front of that heavy. Yeah. Almost shock rounds, annoying the hell out of me. One of my things was on his helmet, so I helped.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Stuck on a reload. I'll crawl over here. My allies will come and get me hopefully. And kill everyone. Because especially with foam eclipses, yeah, perfect creeping that is really good. And one of the main reasons, especially, well, so that's also especially for legendary, by the way. So
Satellites are moving back to position, and the building is clear of hostiles.
you can work on heroic and such, but I prefer fire on heroic, especially and below. And then foam on legendary and buff, because on legendary fire it loses a lot of effectiveness. But then yeah, what you use is the perfect grouping that backpack, and then yeah, one of the other pieces, either Golan or Hanayu or improvised with a mod, which is actually even more than Hanayu, or BTSU. All of them kind of work. And the creeping that is especially there to, yeah, it spreads your foam around, of course, on that first hit, pretty wide as well, and has a short cooldown. The perfect shorter cooldown is really what really helps it, and larger radius. But what it especially does when you have enemies spawning, let's say there's enemies here. If some of them run out, or well, like this way then, but yeah, some of them run out and some of them stay in here. If you hit your foam like outside here, it will only catch the people outside. It doesn't cross door boundaries, but creeping that does. So whatever enemy you hit, it will spread to get the entire wave, which in legendaries where they're coming out of doors, you know, it's kind of super handy. Because otherwise you get, if you're shooting it outside and there's like 2 enemies outside and 5 enemies inside, it'll only get the 2 enemies outside. And then your allies have to kill them to spread it. Instead, with creeping that, whichever side of the door you hit, you'll foam both sides. Like that's actually the real reason to use it. My super meme armor on kill build with nothing but unicorns is almost complete. Don't even think what like, because what
Here to check something
why
out.
is it all unicorns? I'm trying to but yeah, sometimes making silly stuff like that is fun. Another little one. Your form of fire canister have expertise. For my fire, I have. For my foam, I think I'm at 10. Neither really do anything useful. Because actually, for the fire cam, it is the initial explosion that it increases. So it isn't the fire damage, it is the initial explosion, which isn't too bad. You're going from like 800k to like 1 million, I think. So you're hitting 200k harder on everything you're hitting, but that's also barely anything. That's like 1 fire tick. On chems, it is it's health, right? It's and snare health. And I don't believe that does anything really in PvE. So ensnare health is the amount of damage it will take before breaking it. In PvP and stuff, that can matter. To players, it does also matter. It's the length that you have to press and hold the F button for. Or the amount of shots that it takes to destroy it, which usually is 1. On enemies, I believe it only affects how fast heavies get out of it by a tiny margin. So better spent elsewhere. But also it may affect other things that I am not aware of, because I don't feel anybody else ever tested exactly what health applies to, but the speculation has always been that. It just doesn't really do much. Because it's hard to test, because, you know, there's like, how do you even test that against heavies? Because sometimes as well, there's just randomness to the amount of time before they start doing their animations and stuff. But does it have rainbows? I have unicorns. You can't have unicorns without rainbows. Yep, rainbows and unicorns living together. Okay, just that kind of though. Yeah. This is outside of maybe the chests aren't real unicorn. Okay, so I have to test that eclipse with a fiber. I mean, what do you mean, buddy? Just eclipse and F5 just work together. It increases the burn duration, or increases the burn damage, and it increases the initial hit damage. That's what F5 does to eclipse. Well, we did run it once, didn't we, actually? There's an annoying thing with it, I remember. Well, I could have given up a bunch of skill haste, but we didn't that time. Because that's what we could do with it. It's just... yeah. Oh, that's what... Yeah, exactly. I could take a few more skill haste instead of the... But the annoying thing is that also still doesn't help with the duration. Although the fire damage will be higher, and the duration doesn't matter that much. 412k armor and kill. That's impressive, although yeah, likely. Well, yeah, kind of depends on the other stats. Oh, actually, for 1 mil total armor, Well, that actually this seems because that's just like 40%, right? Or yeah, the initial fire was like the initial explosion was killing everything last time we tried, but I didn't want to go out and like alter the build. Nowadays we can do it a lot easier because we can just go here and just like, hey, let's have some haste instead of this status effect. Because yeah, that especially with a in the team that took me way over the initial explosion damage. So. Is Palisade actually on the map today? It isn't, right? No. Actually, it's on district. Didn't I need a stronghold? I did. Weak point kills, burns. I feel I need to just cheese these burns. Like I ran Eclipse for a few missions and barely any burns. Which yeah, makes sense. Because enemies are dying to the clouds. And let's see if anybody is running EY. See if it gives me anyone. Otherwise, I might solo it just to get a bunch of reanimateds to headshot. Let's do that. Actually, seeing as we need to get headshot or let's do that. Let's cancel this. Let's her word back to heroic because I'll forget otherwise. I'm gonna swap to the Hunter's Fury shotgun build. Let's go do a heroic do away with it. Let's leave her on this. When claims don't can be as a flight as under 30, their interaction. What was that? Or was that to something someone else asked? Or? Is this one? Maybe I should put my exos on turret and drone. Yeah, turret and drone are good ones for it. If you run explosives, that's not a bad one. Shield isn't terrible to have that extra 10%. Banshee is pretty good if you use Banshee. Decoy as well. That little bit of an extra increase is pretty powerful, especially if you're using it on builds that are like all red builds that don't have skilled cores. Benefit a lot more from most of the expertise things, because most of the expertise stats that get added from the expertise, they're also the ones that get added from skill tiers. So especially stuff that you run on red builds, if you're running like Pulse is a good one as well for just duration. Decoy is pretty good. Burn Sticky is also really good if you use Burn Sticky at all. And then yeah, Mortar, Stinger are both really good because it's like their main stat. If you use clusters or stuff, that's also not a bad one. This one. Do I have this build? Let's just have. Let's just have that. So let's have a Scorpio here. Hers is a detox one. Yeah.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership.
But also, yeah, weapons. Weapons are the real
Get in
go-to.
there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
Pick me up.
Or grading stuff.
Have to get out of there.
And as a medic, of course, he was never gonna get back up.
Experimental AEDs detected.
I'm gonna mess you up.
You're fine now.
Why did you revive that person? Now they have to die twice. Well, thrice. They died twice already. Because yeah, actually, let's track these. I need some headshot shotguns, which I'm getting. Weak point kills, we'll get some along the way. Reanimated with headshots. So, we'll do that to her, and then when they get back up,
We're under attack. Stop them here. Get one to the other. Found the creek. It's the division. I'm taking you out. Where?
it's actually harder because they die way too easily. Because once I headshot a reanimated, kills the whole wave around them. With 140 crit damage on armor, but once I'm fully optimized, I'm taking one CHC mod off and replacing with CHD. So 150-ish, yeah. Yeah, with EB you can make it work. As well, it like solo, anything really works. Is this build full reds? No, it's too basic.
How you handle a grenade?
And then it.
Never liked him anyway. Stand back.
As it. This will count as my stronghold, hopefully, because sometimes that bugs out. We need to get some weak point kills in, so when I can, I'll get some of those in. Doing that. Making them yimp all around. And those. Yeah, that burn. We'll have to choose that. And indeed, maybe the entrance to bank. It's like the best first room. I wonder.
What's that? Show yourself.
Better make sure.
Oh, what?
Oh wow, the shield. She didn't have noticed that before. Yeah, having the shield kind of negates the the blind effect. They need to fix that.
How does that feel?
Because when I was blinded, if I pulled out the shield, the effect of it just showed still all of the enemies. Or you could keep that in as a skill, you know, as a making smart use of your tools.
Let's smash these foes. Gonna take my
Gonna take my
Local power offline.
gonna take my head explosion.
Circuit breaker detected.
Require you to place along like this. I mean, all of the challenges require you to do some. That's what they call challenges. If it just happens by accident. Also, they're not required to do. Most of them you can basically, like like 40 minutes I spent on normal, I could have just spent on heroic and just farmed up some levels. But, and would have gotten the same amount of stars. But I like doing the challenges. Here. You know, they force you to do weird things.
Serious trauma detected.
Or try weird things. Well, I used to have the inverse of that, of, as you say, Golden Bullet getting boring real fast. I really enjoyed the other ones, especially as well, Reanimated. Guardians as well, and then Polarity Event, Polarity Switch. All of them had their own, like, quirks and challenges, and you're just like, hey, play the game differently for these few days. Reanimated as it is now, I really dislike it. I've been avoiding it for most of the rest of the weekend. Likely the rest of the week as well, I'll be avoiding it even more. Just because. Yeah. When it's this silly, or you know what I might try? I might go Summit solo 6 directives or something and just try to make it 10 directives and just try to make it hell and then survive hell. Oh, this wasn't. They die so fast now that if you have a cloud on the ground, you can't even get the weak points quickly.
Right on target.
Gonna show you how it's done.
Show my front. I just
Got a special delivery.
Could you pick a side to put your hip? Thank you.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker.
Also, could you get back up? Oh, appreciate it. I want to thank you for your hotshot build. I will now confidently do free roam and control points on heroic with 5 directives against the Sudden faction. That is. Glad you like it. I still do it as well. And yeah, those poor outcasts, they never know what hit them. Cleaners as well, though. Cleaners are also a good faction to go after with it. But outcasts have a lot more control points available and stuff. I still often enjoy just doing the full route. Thanks for making the TU20 DPS sheet really helpful when I see guns and farming in the spec. Yeah. Glad you like it as well. And yeah, I'm adding a few in there as with the two that already are in there. Although it's mostly ARs that have that issue where the weapons that have less crit chance mods are, of course, at the top if you just look at it as the burst and sustain table. It evens out a lot more once you actually put them on builds. But oh yeah, still F2000 is very much at the top there. Although it is a little bit less so for the PDR and the
How do you like my driving?
AKM that are also at that top with just burst and sustain.
Now!
And yeah, likely Sunday and Monday, and then also you know, the next week, mostly gonna focus on getting a bunch of upgrades into the build collection, because, you know, and finishing up SMG still, and then also rifles, and then the rifles are pretty straightforward because all of them as well, again, are
Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
the same amount of mods, really. All of the ones that matter. It's only really the classic M1A doesn't, and yeah, that is its own category basically. Even though it didn't get above, it's still viable because it does what it always did, and then the rest is a little bit more powerful though, if you want to mess about with some rifles. So let me catch up here. I used to, yeah, instant medkit. I sometimes remember it, oftentimes I don't. But also, yeah, I need to maybe move my medpack button because I have it under control for me. That's where I've put it, where I always had it. Mostly because, yeah, my pinky is never custom. Like, I always dislike using control, so. But usually what I do when I medpack is just I move my whole arm down. But to move my whole arm down just to double tap it quickly is just like, or well, my whole hand, I mean. So. Isn't really effective, I feel. Why am I doing this as if I'm... okay. It's weird that doesn't blow up barrels and stuff. Oh, that's good for me as well. I don't want those barrels in my face to blow up. It's one of those places where I'm like, why didn't I just grab a tech tank for this? That would have been so much easier. And what I'm trying to do. Is that everybody? And if you didn't know, yeah, there's this place. You can't shoot here. And there's that barrel, and this barrel, and this barrel, that all three do a lot of damage to it. So you can blow those up. I'm gonna actually go stand on this side, wait for the fire to go. Open them up, and then... do that to it.
Diesel, what's going on down there? Diesel, are you dead too, you inbred son of a bitch?
I think Diesel's
Get to
dead,
the
yeah.
arena now.
He looks a little dead. Just a little. Let me get over here. Yeah, it is a weird thing to introduce this late, but at least, I mean, they're still, you know, adding stuff in. I'm not against that. And there's already like use cases for it. I have remembered to use it here and there to save my life when on fire or something. Because it can sometimes just be just the amount that you need to get through a fire or a bleed.
Air filter function restored. Air quality acceptable.
Listen up. We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us
Right.
all.
I want to headshot you.
You hear me? Stand and fight.
We need to eliminate a few hostiles with headshotting. And thanks Zimli for the cheers there.
Need a fix!
There's a wizard. Always appreciated.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
Yeah, annoyingly as well, I went out of my way and did order that the
He's coming right at me!
adapter for the battery slot of this thing to take an adapter.
How do you like reloading?
I ordered that and then like 2 days later I got an email of oh yeah, no, we don't have this in stock, turns out. we can't fulfill the order, so they canceled it again.
I'm gonna mess you up.
I need to order it from a different place now.
I'm safe! I'm
Give me a repoint. It's not headshot kill him, so I can do that. Poke the butt.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know. The theater's set.
Yeah, I'm also curious if they actually will come out and say if the shotgun's working with fast hands is intended or not. That counts for my thingy, for my global event. Let's go over here-ish. Yeah, let me spend some time to catch up here because I'm way behind. Of course, you don't have to do the challenges with someone. Yeah. I mean, I can't leave them undone. Yeah. But also, I enjoy them if I didn't enjoy them. Because I, for instance, don't do it on my alt accounts or on my third alt or something like that. Because just the time investment. But on my main account, I want to just, have them all. And hey there, MG88. All the reads for me, pretty much I spend my playtime in the game now. I just reset all the control points, just clearing all the territories and public execution area as well. Thank God, yeah. Well, it's not a bad way to... I sometimes like that as well. Same for Summit. I sometimes use Summit for that kind of play as well. Just be half AFK basically and just get through it. What was our time there even? 17 minutes? That was way too long. Yeah, we're going pretty slow as well. But yeah. I'm loving this build actually. It's pretty good. So I should take it into matchmate. Although for matchmate I wanna be a little bit more red than I am. I always keep forgetting that you have to go in it and then let's make this all red. Still matchmake with this.
Invite to another.
So join Mungo. Clear the whole map like 3-4 hours and walk around. Yeah. I usually sometimes go, I usually go the...
Taking down the outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the faction.
Oh, they're all the way.
Also, Henry has intel that the mechanical engineer from the camp...
Because once they go up, I can fast travel to them, right? It puts me here.
We've got a few hostiles ahead.
Good. I didn't want to make all that run.
External defibrillators detected on hostiles.
Also, not the mission for this, but also this is, I think, the daily season pass thingy, so...
What the hell?
Might as well do it. Get the
Advanced AEDs in proximity.
What's going on with that boat?
Hasn't launched yet. Looks like they're in the process of fueling it. There are big tanks on either side of the boat.
Oh, she's still
Tanks are our
alive.
primary target. What about Emmeline?
Already aboard the boat. Assuming that was her.
Yeah. This still isn't the way to go for that. And these guys were in a hurry. In a hurry. Yeah, this isn't the mission for it, but we'll get some weak point kills maybe in. That minigun's gonna murder me. Some likely those things are shared. Weak point skills usually are shared. With the global events.
An agent needs assistance.
That's not bad. Put your head between your knees and get your butt back. That's what that guy did, basically.
You shall burn!
You bastard! Get to the move! I'll go for that big gun!
Yeah, let's go close to this. Close enough that I have Intimidate. And then once Intimidate is fully stacked, this thing gets pretty hard.
Can't stop just... How did I...
No! I'll hammer into the ground.
Kill every son
Because also I get to just use Scorpio, of course. Oh, yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Surprised I'm still alive.
Agent down.
Let's get some kills in, just so I don't die.
An agent is no longer in.
Really?
Another
What a
agent has
dumbass.
been promoted to group leader. Another
They
agent
died and left.
group.
And oh, wait, what? The group is set to open as well, and they transferred that to me as well. Double asshole, but also double dumb because. Wait, what? Hello, sir. I can put it. Thank you. I feel I did that already. But yeah, they were literally seconds away from completion when they left.
Without their leader and their stronghold, the outcasts are going to be much less of a problem than before. You know, what happened to them was horrific. But what they
But also passing on an open group is close your group first and then leave.
Peace.
Oh, it's for the dailies.
An
That
agent has left your group.
I guess I'll go finish that then. And then there are 2 crates back here that we still can grab.
An agent is no longer in your group.
It's these 2. I mean, well, nowadays is less worthwhile. What? Why did it do that? It's everything skills, but in the past it used to be just a chest in here. The start of the month ago, I went from 2.7k to 4070. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can farm pretty hard. I feel I've gone pretty fast in the last year as well. As I remember the 15k, or when I hit 15k, being in the Heartbreaker in the Heartbreaker video. So max rolls you just keep multiples of? Is that the case then? Is that what is happening? Or is that system just not in? I still don't. It's still, I'm foggy on it. But yeah, whenever that video was the 15K, and then quite recently, of course. Wait, what? Oh, this is a stash, of course. Wait, why do I have that shield splinter in there? ARs. Yeah, let's get rid of that one because I have 2 guard rolls once. That's enough for me. I'll likely keep this in the stash, put this on one person. I'm not a biggest fan of Optimus. So won't be used much. It's not bad, but yeah, I like my fast hands. I like my hands fast and free and loose. Wait, what was the requirements for this daily then? Named outcast activities. No great zones for them though. Do I have any outcasts here? No. Yeah. Let's do this N1 control point. No, thanks so much, Zumi, for the cheers and the bits. Hope your Friday is going well. Yeah, pretty good. We finished up that video. I'm happy about that. Oh, wait, put it in the easy place. Let's go deal with that. And yeah, just finishing up the global event here. Oh well, the challenges for it. Getting the daily in as well. Might as well. Because this will give me my 3 names. I need 1 more activity, well, 2 more activities, which will be 1 control point, and then. I'm messing about with this Hunter's Fury with Intimidate and shotguns. I like it a lot. Scorpio is really powerful. Now, extra powerful. And Intimidate is actually because Intimidate, when it went away, of course, it was 35%. It was 5%, but was instant on. So there was that. But now it's 42% over 3 seconds. And yeah, that's a lot.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Wait, did it spawn the other side? Or what happened? What? What? Oh, hi. Because it doesn't take a second. Well, it takes exactly 3 seconds to charge up once you get into range, but it's well doable. And then you just have to watch out to not lose it, because yeah, you need to keep your shield up plenty.
You got the target. Nice. That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work.
Curious, will this actually fully strip him? might be an easy way of getting Basilisk done. Just carry him around to other enemies and just let them get him to... Hey, black market. He's looking for one of those, so we'll hang on to that
Good
one.
job, Agent.
Even though it's not that great. Which one would be a good one? I mean, yeah, New Venice, right? Although we'll have to go around. And one working stuff you had before the system was put on. Yeah, okay. That's odd then, though, because, yeah. For a lot of my characters, that won't be ever of any value then. One thing that somebody already pointed out, it makes it easier for... so one of the better ways, actually, of spending your watch points for expertise, technically, was always the case,
Hostile broadcast
was
detected.
buying the mods instead of getting credits. I'm buying the mods instead of getting printer filaments. But then you have to, you know, buy the mods one by one and deconstruct them. Now, because they are the same, basically, from the second one that you buy, it starts deconstructing them right away. You still are sitting there for hours. It adds a lot of time, but it is unattended time. So it is time that, you know, you don't need to actually be there. You just set the macro going and then like, have to only check in a few minutes later.
Now dip.
I need some cover.
No shot.
I'm gonna...
Really, that wasn't enough to kill you. Yeah.
You bastard! In behind.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Together. Oh, this shit.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
What was I even doing? Oh yeah, getting
You're going down.
getting active. I'm like, what challenge am I doing even? But the answer is killing outcasts.
Serious trauma.
It's not much of a challenge. Oh, actually, yeah, we should check if this counts for weak point kills. So 37.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
This isn't the build for it, though. Yeah. Let's grab a heartbreak attack tank. I need a little bit more accuracy to actually hit the weak points on these enemies. Which finger fatigue, I can understand that. And hey, they're working there. Are you rocking the 0F setup for the perfect? It wasn't 0F setup? And the sub. Oh no, wait, that's opportunistic that you're thinking of. Because the setup is perfect opportunistic, 0Fs is perfect unbreakable. I was running a Cheska and a Grupo with Adrenaline Rush and Intimidate, normal Intimidate. This one. It's not in the build collection yet because, yeah, Intimidate just got changed. But, yeah, it is a good, powerful build, especially with Scorpio, which I just put in there. But yeah, I'm swapping now to Heartbreaker Tech Tank just because I need a little bit more. I want to see if these weak points, or if I kill them with a elite rusher explosion if it counts as weak point kills. I'm pretty sure it does.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But then I need actually one of these guys.
You feel that, Agent?
She will die from it. Oh, she didn't die from it. What a beach. But that extra accuracy. You know what the Kingbreaker is famous for? All that accuracy.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
When I weaken this guy, I'm gonna go back.
This is my hose and You're dead. Next one's
Ouch.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Immediate
So,
medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Those guys won't get through the fire and get me though, I think. Well, let's see. Oh,
Agent deceased.
forgot about that, of course. There's a double huggers. Uncharged memento. I don't survive that. But did we actually? Okay, no, those did count because I got like one kill and then the rest of them counted as that. So actually, yeah, let's reset and go in because this actually works out for us then.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Need to reload. I want your back.
Moving around!
Get out! Chief Farmer!
Heavily armored hostile detected.
This is going to go.
Well, that kind of works. But we also got up to 48. Weak point kills.
We wipe them out!
Supply room access unlocked. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Why didn't that count as 2 activities? Was it because I respawned? No, that always still counts as 2 activities. Did they change how control points count?
Secure the area!
Do I have any activities on here? Yeah. Federal and Judiciary. Well, let's try that actually. Because that's odd. Why did I only get 1 activity there? Person, Hunter Killer's perfect intimidate. Yep. Yeah. Gotta. No, I've got already that one I got done because that one's pretty easy now. I was trying to see if the explosion of the rushers, because that's a weak point kill on them if I shoot them, but if they kill others with it, it does also count as weak point kills. So actually doing control points is like, well, especially on the defense phase, you'll get a bunch of them. Well, we need one more outcast thing then. Let's go to this thing. Because I also want to go to one of the ones from the weekly and see if what's up with control points and why did they only get 1 activity there?
Can't wait to get started. Check them. Damn it!
coward.
Yeah, with how powerful the
Detecting additional.
head explosions are now, it's actually kind of hard to not get that. Get that one pretty quickly. That one used to be one that you had to go farm for, or you know, maybe didn't do any outcasts that up to that point. That was the daily. We got one exotic component. Yeah, let's go to. Wait, which ones was it again? Could track it, but judiciary, federal, and downtown. I guess I'll just do this here. So let's go do, of course. Let's of course go do this one because that's the easiest one. I've been sitting for way too much today. Readjust a little bit. Actually, I know the thingies there. Let's track this one. Because I don't think I've ever had it not count 2 for a control point. Like, unless you are like in a group and you just miss the completion or something. I'm leaving a heavy alive over there. That's not smart, although he basically took care of himself for some reason. What did this guy even do to himself? Why? Where's your grenades, buddy? What even happened to him? Because yeah, I saw the explosion underneath him suddenly and just... Did he just derp his shot into the ground or something? Accidentally. I feel that guy's gonna come up to just, look, I had a bad day. I wasn't paying attention. I just tried to quick scope you. I accidentally shot the tree right in front of me. It's... What are you guys? I wrote that as well already.
Deploying foam.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Oh God.
Be not foamed.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Okay, that counted as one. Yeah, that's mostly the global event doing the heavy carrying there. I'm getting basically, as long as I'm getting headshots in, I'm getting like close range buff levels of damage from Countdown. Yeah, it's nice for memento builds because they get to get double the mementos. Let's clean up here before we... Wait, what was that? What was that dog firing at? Like, they're not in combat or anything, but that dog was just firing. Gone haywire.
Hostile.
Yeah, that counted as one. So is this gonna count as one as well?
Reinforcements incoming.
Get moving.
Incoming hostiles.
Also, I was gonna say I should maybe let them reanimate, but also nah. Just to get those headshots in. But
I believe armored hostile detected.
Securing the position now.
Find me then!
this one's always easy because of that. If you don't call them in, you can just walk up to here and just murder them all there. Okay, up here. That was just mean this achievement. Yeah. Not really. They need to add that. I feel now that they can add commendations again, it's, you know, they can call it, hey, have you played Sniper Elite? That's the name of it. And thanks so much, Zoomly. Hey, it's for the gifted sub there. And oh, hey, it went even as graciously to Maddie, who will definitely enjoy that, I feel. Yeah, thanks so much, man.
Room access unlocked.
For the kindness and the support. Always appreciated. Happy Friday, yeah. But actually, well, Friday is usually, you know, Friday is my Monday usually. Although not this week. This week it's Saturday, it's my Monday. Because usually I actually work more on the weekends than during the week. Because tomorrow as well, I'll be missing tomorrow, sadly. Wait, did it count as 2? Okay, so that counted as 2. Why didn't the other one count as 2 then? That's odd. Yeah, what do I have left actually for the other? But yeah, I was very curious there if they had actually broken it in some way. So we have the burns and reanimated hostiles with headshot. I feel both of those are actually kind of like impossible in groups. You know what I'll go do instead? I'm going to equip her Eclipse, although not an Eclipse per se. Yes. The pieces for an Eclipse are in her inventory, but the build itself starts at as something else, basically. Just because I had way too many Eclipses on the build collection, so that was a high-end, like, annoyance build. Let's go to New York. See if we can matchmake for any of the cleaner things, because I think I still need for the league like 40 cleaners burned or something minimal.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
Let's actually see.
Safe area. Enter.
Further 40. So let's see if anybody's running any of those missions. You know what? Let's try this one. I'm gonna take that as a no from the game. Is there anybody in pathway? Because otherwise I'll just go and actually, yeah, let's do that then. Honestly, I wasn't thinking about it, but Exuro,
Hey there.
You got something to trade?
X0 could do it, of course. Pretty well. Nah, not gonna keep that
Thanks
one.
for trading with me.
Somebody earlier brought up. I have an X0. Let's go X0 it up. Because we could get the bleeds or the burns on reanimated enemies as well. Right away. With it. And pop these caches here. Let's not leave this poor gal junk in her trunk. And it's kind of nice that the daily now gives, you know, it's not a lot of resources, but that's still a decent, you know.
That was a great.
It adds up over time. And the dailies are well worth doing now with the exotic component that they give. So, well, we'll leave that lady there. I'm gonna go grab the character that has X0, and let's see. Let's set the world to hard, I think, just so we get 2 spawns off of control points. Then maybe just go assault control points over and over again. Getting the fires on cleaners along the way as well.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles. Entering safe area.
I don't want Vile specifically, actually. So we'll take Acosta. Because the Vile will kill them as they get a backup. Let's try to get some of these and then likely we'll go towards the end of this team. And tomorrow I'll stitch together that LMG video, put that up for tomorrow.
Automated external defibrillators.
Sadly miss a stream, but then we'll catch back up on Sunday.
Safe area entered.
Does she need to reset her world? Not particularly. Although she will. We're gonna change the global difficulty to... let's go hard, just so we can just easily push in and just... not challenging would also be fine, actually, right? The thing is, I'm basically gonna kill these guys not with headshots. Because of that, also, I'm gonna... doing it solo, that's on. Let's actually track them. Let's go over here. Actually, the backpack is a raging extension, right? Yeah, so let's keep that. Let's take PTSD there. I don't wonder what NSA gurus would you recommend to get? I haven't bought any. So for the permanent ones, especially crit chance is a good one to get early. Because even with 10 crit chance, you can take stuff like obliterate if you have to, or wait, why did I take this exit? You can take obliterate and stuff. Armor on kill and health on kill and stuff is handy as well early on. And then the accuracy stability can make some weapons a little bit more, usable. Those aren't bad either. But yeah, I would definitely say crit chance first. The credit or the fort slot, that one's also one that you want to get. I would say crit chance, the fort slot, maybe even first the fort talent choice thingy, because that helps a lot. That one helps really a lot. Like without it, you're kind of it's a night and day difference. The credit ones are pretty expensive, but you do want to get them eventually. It kind of sucks not having them. And then, yeah, eventually you'll go through the whole list, basically. Extra currency first? Well, the thing is, the extra currency is very expensive. So I wouldn't do that first, but early. But yeah, I would go fort slot, then crit chance, because the entirety of crit chance, the 250, 50 times 4, 250. That's like one of the currency upgrades. So.
advanced AEDs nearby. Vital signs critical.
Wait, why do you have directives on? Because I forgot to turn them off. That's the answer.
You better be dead.
Well, let's do this. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the not being able to move once you. I'm dead. Forgot about you're not able to move once you start X0. Like, yeah, does DTA and DTA scale with Headhunter? I need to retest it because everybody keeps saying DTA does. DTA to my, but also that's like ages ago at this point. DTH definitely does. I can definitely. Well, so the thing is, well, it doesn't scale; it stores it. So, especially DTA gets stored together with weapon damage and total weapon damage as for the next shot. Well, for instance, DTOC doesn't. DTOC only applies to the first shot or like the current shot that you take. Because Headhunter is whatever you have stored plus whatever your current shot is. But yeah, I need to I think I need to retest this. People are saying DTA goes in there as well. My old testing says it didn't. Either something got changed or I mistested or weirdness happened somewhere along the way, maybe. Although likely what I can much more easily do is go like, hey, Rossi. Hey, Rossi. Because, yeah, Headhunter isn't my forte. I, especially Rossi and Merc and stuff. People like that speedrun a lot. They know it way better than me. Just because they just use it more. And I'm nowadays playing catch up basically. But you were. It's like, is that guy gonna get up? But then you weren't, and now you are. I forgot. There's a 20-second thing there. Yeah, could have called me. Keep forgetting that. Yeah, it's not an assault turret that you pick up and you can put down back again in 4 seconds or something when you have a decent build. Also, that place may be a little bit too wide. Should I actually go find somewhere where I can spawn camp them? That's actually a much better idea. For instance, territory controls. For instance, that one. Oh, that's a long run. Because yeah, I should go after territory controls where I can much more easily predict where they're going to come from. Let's reset the map once. As we died twice in a dumb way, which, yeah. Should we test it here? Just compare damage to DTOC if it's yeah, 4 contractors versus Fox. I think that's also how I tested it, but I would have to go look at what I even did back then. I likely have the spreadsheet from it, so I usually don't throw much away, so takes around for a while. Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure it's only DTH, but
Nearby.
well, I said dot specifically for instance. Bring up that it's DTA as well, but also then I'm like, I'm not sure if the testing was done correctly there, and I'm not sure if the other is or if he's repeating somebody else that did some testing, or if if everybody else is repeating him. That's sometimes the annoying thing with like, where did this thing start?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Only it did it like this, or to this effectiveness on heroic. That would have been nice. Also, it isn't setting them on fire, or is it?
Hostile
Before
control
killing them.
point nearby.
I need to keep an eye out on how many burn kills we have. Guessing it is. Is he up there or no? Where is he? Sir? Oh. Wait, what? Where's your owner, dude?
Access key detected.
Oh no, that's...
Access key detected. Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Seeing you domino makes me feel much better. Yeah.
Detecting high threat.
Although the thing is as well, so there's times where dying matters. Like when you're in a group and you don't want to waste anybody's time and stuff like that. Here, I have one goal. I want to set some cleaners on fire, and I want to set some reanimated enemies on fire. If I die, I die. Because also what I could do is like not run glass. That would help a lot, likely, but also, I'm too lazy to change that now. Because yeah, instead we'll just do this. Never be afraid to die in dumb ways, especially if nobody's watching. In my case, I feel somebody's watching. I kind of feel like somebody's watching. But yeah. Still, don't be afraid to die stupidly. It's half the fun sometimes. Oh wait, what?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The dumb thing is, I keep forgetting to turn off Fog of War off. Because I'm not here for the XP and stuff anyway. And the Fog of War is really annoying because I keep getting flanked.
Vital signs critical.
For instance.
Serious trauma detected.
I keep forgetting as well that the exo turret is like that once you put it down, you have to watch out that or when you pull it out, you can't keep moving, which is still something I feel they should just change. It'll be just much easier. As also, yes, 6-0, not a great build.
Heavily armored hostile.
I feel, why am I not just doing this as an Eclipse? Actually, is my question now. Can I just do this? Well, actually, Exor might be handy for something like the entrance of bank. This isn't the entrance of bank. Oh. Now wait for my flamethrower to come back. Because this will be handy, actually. So this would be... These guys are going to spawn from that door. I kill them close enough to here. So we'll just make sure that we kill them close enough to here. Do a little bit of that.
Hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That time it worked. Like for this it worked. I'm flailing with them. See, I'm burning too. Wee. I'm on fire too.
Where'd that shit at? What? Oh, God. This...
There we go. Yeah. So we got a few more burns. Neither of those is... I don't want to do the defense here because that doesn't seem like a good idea. Yeah, let's go deal with that. I don't know. And yeah, let's go Eclipse actually. Yeah. What am I? Why? Oh, the initial explosion of Eclipse, right? That's why I'm not Eclipse. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
We have here. Got you down.
Is it just you? Okay. Sure. Get back up? No? Okay. We don't. Yeah, my preference would be towards territory controls where we can catch them when they're coming at us. Could go mission. Yeah, let's just get it done this way. I feel they should get a few.
Hostile broadcast.
I'm on fire as well.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Well, we burned a few cleaners, I can definitely say. I didn't even pay attention that I was on fire. Because my brain is kind of going. Indeed. Sometimes silly deaths. Although, well, it helped with resetting the world a little bit. That's right, nurse. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that heavy over there. Yeah, let's go deal with these two and then even the control point. Also, I still have not turned off these glow lights. Let's do that. Because the thing that is getting me killed is fog of war. Other well, and just plain old stupidity. We can't put it all on Fogobor. Hey, Jer. Do I know about the bug in District Union? Is it an actual insect or is it... What's the bug in there? What's the bug in there now? The stand. Ooh, territory. And a public. Let's go do this one first. Making it way later than I wanted again. But let's finish off parts of this. Although I'm taking the very slow route, I could just go... Hey, well, one more cleaner. At least when we're done with cleaners, yeah, that's going to make it a little bit easier. Because we'll take it to some territory controls of other factions. Also, who are you guys? And why are you in my way?
Civilians in distress.
Are you crying?
Contacts.
Immature players will shoot at the lights in the hallway before you go through the last door and block the door so you cannot enter. I mean, we usually shoot those lights. It makes the door hard to see, but doesn't lock it. Also, there's a gather afterwards, so even if you were to be locked out, it would gather you back in. But what is hard is to actually find the doorway, so... I think that may have happened there. Because yeah, you can make that room very dark. Unless that maybe got added with the latest patch. But I feel I did District Union like a few days ago because...
Civilians in danger.
Because of something, and...
Serious trauma detected.
What even killed me?
Agent vital signs 0.
Oh, I've killed myself. Okay. Good to know. How did I get... I wasn't paying attention. I was talking. So we're gonna finish the mission in your world. How did it happen to me today? Okay. Oh wait, what? There's lights in the hallway before you go through the last set of door and looks for so you can't open it. I wouldn't mind trying it. But yeah, we usually shoot out those lights. It's tradition. But shouldn't bug out anything because the door usually closes when you go through it, and then it's a gather afterwards. So I would think. Door would not work. Oh, okay. I wonder if maybe, because I think they attempted to fix the other bug, but that's one room earlier. So maybe they bugged that. But yeah, I did UA today. So it did work then, so it's not 100% of the time. So you could try resetting the world, or like resessioning and trying it. What's annoying about the burn reanimated enemies' chances that you kill them the first time they burn and set them on fire again when they reanimate them.
Safe area detected.
It's counting for me. Or isn't it? Yeah, it's counting for me. Because I'm killing by fire and then resetting them on fire. Unless maybe if the duration or something may be longer. Maybe with a fire cam would be that. Let's actually do the easy way, which is a bank. That seems indeed. Because I'm trying to think anything else with the federal. Federal might also be a good one. Let's try this first.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to recover the item the hyena stole from
Because
Airport.
this burn challenge is just not going to happen in open matchmaking or in groups. Or just normal play, because it's just too easy to get the clouds to kill everything. I'm cheesing it. We cheesing.
Should have stayed away from me.
Experimental AEDs detected.
Oh, it's like I placed it very poorly, turns out. Actually, to the point that I might actually reset it. Actually, not. Let's reset here. Let's place that better. The annoying thing of it is, it works. So behind the scenes, it's acting like a hive. That's what is actually happening.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to
And because of that, it sometimes needs line of sights
Our
and
hyena
stuff.
insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
I know. Doesn't seem to not sometimes count them, but it's also Xoro doesn't always set them on fire before it deals its damages. It's kind of inconsistent like that. Kind of like Stinger Hive as well. Sometimes the bleed gets applied way after it hits an enemy and does it explosive damage. That still is a horrible placement, but I don't know. What is it? There, counted all of them. That's not counting for you. Are you using Eclipse? Because what I could imagine, sometimes when they get back up, they still have the status effect that they like had beforehand. Because here I'm doing it with Xoro, which has like a very short burn duration, really, if you're out. Compared to Eclipse, especially. So it might be that. Let me actually try this as well, because... well, actually, if this was invaded has one wave extra, right? Also, I have to get through a few enemies before I
We
can...
need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should be beneath your current position.
This actually may be
Find a
handy,
way
because I
down
can do
there, but proceed
this.
with caution.
Oh, don't kill me. You die, though. You die, don't kill me.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Nah, Bang is much better, yeah. But you having to get past that first wave. Yeah, I placed my turret horrendously as well. Because it couldn't even get these guys over. Let's try this one more time. Let's give it one more fair shake. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe the duration of Eclipse might be longer than they're down on the ground for.
The team that went to try to repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should be beneath your current position. Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
Is it actually? Let's try it here with Eclipse then. There is one purple. Oh, I have Val on. That's not gonna work.
Vital signs critical.
I need to take the Val off, of course. Oh, is that it? Maybe? Do you have the Val on? Because yeah, that will kill the enemies like just by itself. But I would assume you would have noticed that.
Serious trauma detected.
That wasn't the pistol. I was trying to take out my pistol and headshot that guy on the ground, but
Agent deceased.
you know, we were just trying to reset it. That's actually what happened there. That was the intention. Oh yeah, I was gonna take the Val off. Oh yeah, that initial explosion just killed everybody there.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah.
Agent killed.
Let's try again. Might try. I mean, I'm getting a few of them each time still. What am I?
Serious trauma
Why
detected.
doesn't the shotgun come out? Is my T button broken?
Agent vital signs 0.
Guy's still burning. Okay. What? That was weird. Because I just never respawn like that. Oh yeah, I can set a red on fire, so that's good. Okay, so we're on 80 already, so let's just finish this up. 81. 82. 83. 84. Wasn't expecting another wave, but yeah. Drag this guy back to be close enough to these guys. There we go. Now we do this.
Agent killed.
Respawn. Oh, okay. Oh, we reset the mission, that's what we do.
We need to find out what happened
Vala
to the
from
team that
when
went to
that's
try to
over there.
repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should be
It's working for me.
find a
Don't
way
know
down there, but proceed with caution.
what maybe is different there. But also, yeah, I'm setting them on, like, I'm gonna guess you are checking that the initial explosion isn't killing them or out.
Immediate medical
That kind of
assistance
happens
needed.
as well. Yeah.
Agent vital signs 0.
Let's actually respawn here. Does it keep them on fire there? No. Reset status. shooting me? That should be it. Yay! You know what? Let's go for the challenge completion before I go to bed. I was like, let's go to bed, man. But yeah, but first I need another quick bio break. So I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then we're gonna likely go and just finish this thing off. So back in 2. Let's finish off the last thing on this list. We got the 60 out of 60. That was handy to have. Bring that back up. Let's actually get my Vanguard patch. Who the fuck is Vanguard? Well, we are now, because we can put it on our, you know, on our arm. Oh. How does that thing look actually? Right, actually, so yeah, nah. If you like ravens, that thing. Oh, it's it glows in the dark. Although, it's kind of behind the backpack there. Behind the backpack strap. It's wait. What does she have a? Oh, okay. Does that help it? Likely not. It's a good backpack. Little Cheska is usually a good one for it, yeah. Right, the other way. That doesn't look terrible. I don't hate that. It's weird that the skull is in there in every direction, which it's kind of odd. At least not the bottom and the top. But yeah, that's actually a pretty cool looking one. For once. Eliminate reanimated hostile with headshots. Okay. Let's take something tanky, which actually, yeah, why not? Let's take a full regen build. Oh yeah, this has 0.5% more regen now, right? So yay. As a survivability build. Yes. We just need to not die. Well, we have the difficulty set pretty low. I think convoys are a pretty good idea for this. There's a bunch of waves. I can make it wait between the waves so we're not killing them. But then eventually it was a big of a slot, but yeah, that one is always I mean, well, every global event has one that is kind of a slog. I always remember that one already always being a slog. So, but just not more so. I did that. Tried to push them basically apart, so.
Incoming hostiles detected.
DC dies.
I don't want them to separate. Reaches all the way up here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
They're bleeding. Help! They're on me. Get to cover.
Couldn't even headshot them fast enough. Yeah, she's checking for resources if needed. I haven't used this build in a while. Also, wait, what we need to charge up the momentum first, right? That we know. I know this is a use of a hunter killer. I think this will be the only use for hunter killer.
Every last one of those responsible.
And like region builds like this. But they're never really good. Is the annoying thing with them.
There's a sickness coming. You can't hide from it. High walls and guns won't protect you from it. Nobody will escape when we unleash this poison onto the city.
I want them to spread out more. But that's still gonna kill all of them right now. Might actually be easier on heroic.
They call us monsters, but I say there's nothing more deranged and monstrous than tearing a child from its family and leaving it to die terrified and alone.
Oh, I wasn't with damaging them.
Here's a real tough guy.
Access key detected. Access key detected.
This might actually be easier on
Progress
heroic.
halted.
There's a sickness
I'll try a few more
Override
here.
required. Progress resumed.
To do. Actually, what did DTH up in the best skill? Yeah, DTH I'm pretty certain on. It's DTA that. Like, people are saying now that it goes in there. I'm like, what?
Are you ready for this?
Where did this come from suddenly?
Override required.
Because that's also the reason for like the DTH shotgun. So on some builds and such,
Let me finish you.
trying to spread them. It's not worth it. Like, I'm better off just killing them and doing more of them instead of waiting for them to spread out, I think. Trying to, that one's pretty easy. And then saying they're dreading the control point one. Just set your world to normal and just use an eclipse. Just one fire will kill the initial wave, and then go to do it in the new Venice That's the easiest one for it, I find usually. You send one fire. Well, actually, you can better set it to hard because then you can do it with a fire cam.
Civilians in distress.
You just send one fire cam to that window, and then on the defense, you just set your hive and fire on
Incoming hostiles detected.
where they spawn. And then, couldn't have done that.
Can't take much more fun.
Access key detected.
Will the cloud dissipate before you get back?
Access key detected.
Curious, what is the region of this thing now? 139k. That's actually okay. 139k is okay. Well, yeah, that has a lot of blue cores and stuff to get that.
Civilians in danger.
A very expensive way of getting that region. You know what? No, yeah. That's what I take this to heroic. Because actually, even on heroic, there might be actually alive for the millisecond that I need to land a headshot. Also, let me have a look. Can I find my old? I'm searching through some of my old shit. That's headshot. That's headshot. What am I even looking at? Let's bring this up. I just searched DTA. I remember making this for a discussion thing. I think it was actually in Medkit. But these are the numbers for DTOC. This is the number for 3-piece aces. Which the cap stays the same. Why is this cap lower though even? Because this is then DTA. I would expect all three to be the same, really. No, I mean, or closer to the same. Or, well, I would expect actually this to be the lowest and then this and this, because the last shot of it carries over into it. Because I'm hitting an armored target. Because that's why it's blue shots. What? I would expect these two to be like basically the same. Like 8 DTOC or 8 DTA. Against the enemy that is basically out of cover, like this is the range. So it would have been out of cover and it would have been armored. But yeah, I think, yeah. Because I don't think that's from like ages ago, by the way. So I don't think they would have changed anything about that. That doesn't seem like a thing. So I'm gonna guess maybe there's some wrongful thinking there. Scooby might know as well, actually. Okay. If we catch him. Because yeah, my testing on, I think I'm mostly as well because other people have tested Headhunter quite well, quite in depth, I feel. And I was always like, okay, they've done that, you know, no need for me to also go do that. I'll go test the stuff that, like, the speedrunners aren't testing. Okay, yeah, this gives me a second to kill them.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So I need to actually do it right, of course. Man, taking this much time to kill a red or an elite. Like, the reds do melt.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Even a 6-tier Crusader shield. It's pretty weak, actually. Let's see. Lady, what did you do? You're blowing yourself up. Oh, man. Doing the inverse of what I want to do. Get back up so I can kill you again. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm doing standard tankard with Eclipse build and was able to get 100 burnt cleaners in one run. Yeah. Yeah, the cleaners one isn't that hard. It's more that other one that took a second there, which was the burning 100 reanimated enemies. Mostly because they die too fast. They die so fast. In the past, actually, that thing wasn't that wide and wasn't that. So actually, just running Eclipse, I would get that one done. But I'm pretty sure if I was just random run Eclipse now, it wouldn't, because they just take.
Sending out the UAV now.
They're just, yeah. It's so wide and it kills them so fast.
Hey, look what I got. My armor's falling apart.
But either Bank or Federal. I think Bank was actually better. I went to Federal. I think Bank is actually, just because everything spawns. Although there's 2 waves, so there's 3 waves. Oh, that's a matter. Of course, he's not going to respawn. There's only 2 waves in Bank. Like, I think it's like 6 plus 4, maybe, right? As a guess.
Hostile control point detected.
Where Federal is a little bit more, but also, yeah.
System curtailed.
I want to do a control point. Also, yeah, why am I in this zone?
System restored.
Let's go to this zone. I could use some SMGs if we're roaming anyway. Let's go from this side. This is done Hunter Fury and Hunter Full Sack with Magnum. Just swap that third with the detox to the TA and compare damage between them to on armor targets done right.
Civilians.
Well, the thing is that, or the third attributes aren't, of course, the same. So that's why I did it in there with contractors and because, well, DTH value is versus detox. Because both of them are 10%, even though one of them says it's 9.5%. It's lying. It's a lying son of a bitch. Yeah, DTA versus DTOC. There are different values, so. Also, Rosie has a like a good enough headhunter calculator, so I can use that one always as well. May have bitten off more than I can shoot with my weapon. That's how that saying goes, right? I've bitten I've beaten too many people, and now they're coming to beat me. As we all know, regen builds too OP. Except that I could have killed all of this very easily with the deck tank. Much more easy. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not a deck tank on heroic. I was like, we're on hard. Let's go with this regen build, but we're no longer on hard. Yeah, I want to see how this thing. That 0.5% helps it any. Because I also don't think I have a good way of changing it, right? It's 2-piece Skola and 1-piece Bellstone. The Cheska. Actually, I could put in. Well, the Cheska is kind of needed.
Hostile control point nearby.
We could take more crit chances, and we could take the 10% armor and kill from 1 piece. Whatever it's called. Palisade.
But the hyenas, we tore up the rule book long ago. If you want freedom, join us.
Did I already get this? No, I didn't. Good. Let's get that. Might as well get the XP. Yeah, let's just kill this soul survivor.
This is a warning to the division.
Mohahaha, I out-regen your pistol.
You have no idea who you're dealing
Don't
with.
kill you that fast, but I out-regen your pistol.
Civilians in danger.
The new meta is here, boys.
DC is no more. This is our chance to create the city we want. So let's go.
It's actually, I don't know why I'm going for that control point, but I don't want to deal with that control point. I want the activities. It doesn't matter, they are different values. DTH does more damage with the same setup than Detox over. Yeah. Because, yeah, you're capping races from it. Well, no, I mean, but you can't disprove that. Well, actually, you can. It's DTA. If Detox isn't the playing, then yeah, DTA isn't the playing either. Because you also have that shot going into it with the. That is actually, you know, the shot that you're taking. Because it's the stored shot plus whatever shot you're taking. In that one, DTA, of course, is in there. Same for Detox. But yeah, one being higher than the other, yeah, this precludes. I'm very much dead.
Needed. Agent out of action.
Again, it's like, we'll give you 2 seconds to reconsider you being dead.
Vital signs critical.
You know what, let's murder a few of these. Let's not stand in front of a dozen people. Oh, it's Black Dust command.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
God damn it, Boomerang. Go away and don't come back. Wait, that's literally what you did. Never mind. Do come back. Actually, it's ironic. That guy was a medic. So he's not going to revive. He's not going to come back.
I got you.
He's the one archetype that will not come back, actually. Well, actually, well, explosive rushers, but it's not all rushers. All medics don't come back. Is either aptly named ironically, or he's just...
Gotta reload. Finish it. I see attack shield.
Luckily, the hostages made it far enough away. Did you stand up? No. I like those drones a lot. They help me kill you.
Need some help here.
Oh, that one's... oops.
Let's not die alone out here.
Not hitting my shots. Oh, neither hostage died? It's a miracle. I know it. I'll take a bounty here.
There you are.
Actually, I won't take a bounty here because it's of course gonna go to to there.
Careful. These guys are serious. Try to be quick. That's it. Right. Damn.
Okay, let's get off this silly regen build. Ah, my hack's not pulled down. Wait. That's not gonna kill me either. Well, we'll stay on it for a second more. Anything else spawn in here? White House zone always sucks. Don't have any bounties here either. We'll just run all the way down there. We'll get some patrols along the way, right? Right. Right. Close that tab. Because that picture is weirding me out. Things takes forever to murder someone.
Can't run from me. What kind of...
Although I should also just use this weapon. Actually, I should use a Banshee. Why am I using a Vector nowadays? Let's grab a Banshee. Kind of feel bad for the Vector. It's yeah. The Banshee being higher than it on burst kind of completely kills it. Because that's the one thing it really had. It had really high burst. And pretty bad damage per man. Pretty bad sustain as well. Although the one that got shafted the most, I feel, is MPX. Because MPX used to be one of the top contenders, alongside of the Banshee, which got some of the bigger buffs. And then, yeah. I should be stacking those glad. That's what's killing them super fast, isn't it? I will get in that though. 8 more. It's always hard to do this territory control without actually aggroing the control point as well. Let's see though. Where's the others? Why are you facing a wall, dude? Is it a good-looking wall? Oh, she jumped down right away. Ouch. What? What even hit me there? Yeah. Well, at least we got that stoner. Steady-handed, like, on a stoner, steady-handed is the only thing I would ever put on it. And as we discussed in the video, it's just not worth using at all. But if I'm gonna keep one, I'm gonna keep that one that has steady-handed already on it. I can put whatever third talent on, because that couldn't exist, of course, last season, because...
Incoming hostiles detected.
Why did I not murder her with... No, don't kill me.
Roger.
I'm too pretty to die. Not too pretty to kill you, though. Can you tell it's getting late and I'm going a little bit unhinged? IKEA After Dark. New on HBO. $96.
Yeah. Let's rock.
Let's boogie. Wee. But of course I get hit right away. Wait, we're just doing a dance, dude. What? I don't think you like my dance. Yeah. Remember when I said this place is hard to do without aggroing the control point? Well, luckily for me, I'm just gonna run away. Like the scaredy cat that I am. Apparently this is the only way to run away. Anything else spawned here? Let's go over there, see if the snitch is there. Maybe he'll give us a bounty. Well, Oreo is a vector, so I feel bad for the woman. Yeah, yes. But the Vector 45 was... I never disliked the weapon, although I didn't like Dark Winter ever, really. I liked it with fast hands. Surprisingly. Surprising no one, exactly. Surprising 0 people. But it not being behind the Banshee on burst and just like, yeah, that was the one thing it did. I feel it needs that one I feel is kind of like the TKB. It could use a little bit of a boost too. Because I'm going to declare that thing dead, which kind of feels... Kind of feels sad. I like the vectors. I always also enjoyed it in Breakpoint. The vector that's in there from the bosses.
I'm coming.
Huh? Oh. That's friendlies coming up. You know what? Let's just go. Even though this zone sucks, let's just go this zone because there's enemies there. I'm enjoying my Banshee too, probably even more than Oreo. The Banshee's looking really good now. Although Oreo is in its own class. Very much so. Nothing really. That's why I'm also kind of like okay with the power creep. Is just like nothing went past the Oreo. That's what I was, you know.
Anyone else cracking that?
I wouldn't think they would, because Oreo still has a little bit of its limitations and stuff like range and such. Yay! I don't need you to revive. Bye. Also, you know what? Let's go towards these hostages. But seeing as I'm done with all of the challenges... Oops. 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 IKEA has gone rogue.
Hostage health is critical. Hostage is dead. Hostage is dead. All hostages are deceased.
You okay there, Isaac? You having some trauma or something? Glitching out? Yeah. We'll end it there because, yeah, made it pretty late. This applied to under the scaling crates.
Violators will have their weapon confiscated.
I mean, they always scaled, even in the past. So.
Biggest inventory in DC.
Like, you mean the activity, right? Not the hanging things. Because the hanging things actually don't scale, annoyingly. So we did get that stoner to keep. We had one keeper. Which wasn't even, we're in an SMG zone. But yeah, seeing as I'll always, like, if I'm gonna use a stoner, it's gonna be steady-handed anyway. We can get rid of this other one, which is guard roll. Actually, you know what? If we're gonna keep it in there, let's deconstruct this. Let's already put crit chance there. Where are you? And give it its like, I like the skin a lot. But I wish this weapon was actually usable. The biggest downside of it is this. This needs to go. Like, you can't change this to a crit chance mod. At least the GR9 comes with a crit chance mod. This having one crit chance less basically is just murderous to it. Also because it's just below the GR9 and basically all stats. The only thing it has is that it does more damage per mag. It's slower firing. So, but yeah, we'll leave it there. I'm gonna go and find somebody to raid. And yeah, no streams tomorrow as I will be away and I will be working. Oh yeah, let's just do that as well. Go and raid Little Huge. Oh, let me catch up on what that wall of text was there. Yeah, the activity. I remember them nerfing those crates hard in year 1 because they gave quite decent loot. I wasn't aware of them changing that since, and I'm saying good job. The max model. I mean, you can get a max mod out of a normal scaled crate. The scaling of items is their minimum bound. So whatever the minimum of it is that. I think I've gotten a 12 crits once from like in normal. I think it was even in a 1v run, just from random.
Looking to deal?
But no, those always just scale to like the difficulty that you're on. I think actually the thing that they changed, it used to give 2 items per box, and then went to 1. But I also, yeah, I'm not too sure. It's forever ago. And thanks for the cheers there, SE. And glad you enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it as well. As we'll leave it there. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Little Huge as he's online. I don't see any of the other names, and I'm not gonna go looking because I wanna go. And yeah, I'll be back not tomorrow, but the day after, and we'll continue on. SMG's list needs to be made. A few changes need to be made for the build collection, so we'll do some of those. I got my 60. Actually, let's get a screenshot of that. And I got all my challenges done. So this account is at least done. We'll need to do a little bit on account 2, and then account 3 is also done. And then next week we have the apparel event. It's not deep in the season, it's at the start of the season, which is kind of nice. But yeah, enjoy the littlest of the huges, as I'm gonna go find actually what they're doing. They're doing some incursions, so enjoy some incursions. And yeah, I'll be back Sunday, maybe even in the afternoon, because yeah, as I need to go and copy his name. How is he not in the list of the 5 names here? That's funny. But yeah, I'll be back then. So thank you for joining as I hit the start rate, and the 10-second timer starts there before I can send everybody away. And yeah, tomorrow as well, the LMG video will go up. So as always, have a good night.